In dark ages, people are best guided by religion. As in a pitch-black night, a blind man is the best guide. He knows the roads and paths better than a man who can see. When daylight comes, however, it is foolish to use blind old men as guides. Heinrich Heine, Gedanken und Einfalle. Imagine that you can perform a feat of which I am incapable. Imagine, in other words, that you can picture an infinitely benign and all-powerful Creator, who conceived of you, then made and shaped you, brought you into the world he had made for you, and now supervises and cares for you even while you sleep. Imagine further that if you obey the rules and commandments that he has lovingly prescribed, you will qualify for an eternity of bliss and repose. I do not say that I envy you this belief, because to me it seems like the wish for a horrible form of benevolent and unalterable dictatorship, but I do have a sincere question. Why does such a belief not make its adherents happy? It must seem to them that they have come into possession of a marvellous secret, of the sort that they could cling to in moments of even the most extreme adversity. Superficially, it does sometimes seem as if this is the case. I have been to evangelical services in black and in white communities, where the whole event was one long whoop of exultation at being saved, loved, and so forth. Many services, in all denominations and among almost all pagans, are exactly designed to evoke celebration and communal fiesta, which is precisely why I suspect them. There are more restrained and sober and elegant moments also. When I was a member of the Greek Orthodox Church, I could feel, even if I could not believe, the joyous words that are exchanged between believers on Easter morning. Christos anesti, alethos anesti. I was a member of the Greek Orthodox Church, I might add, for a reason that explains why very many people profess an outward allegiance. I joined it to please my Greek parents-in-law. The archbishop who received me into his communion on the same day that he officiated at my wedding, thereby trousering 2 fees instead of the usual one, later became an enthusiastic cheerleader and fundraiser for his fellow Orthodox Serbian mass murderers, Radovan Karadzic and Ratko Mladic, who filled countless mass graves all over Bosnia. The next time I got married, which was by a Reformed Jewish rabbi with an Einsteinian and Shakespearean bent, I had something a little more in common with the officiating person. But even he was aware that his lifelong homosexuality was, in principle, condemned as a capital offence, punishable, by the founders of his religion, by stoning. As to the Anglican Church into which I was originally baptized, it may look like a pathetic, bleating sheep today, but as the descendant of a church that's always enjoyed a state subsidy and an intimate relationship with hereditary monarchy, it has a historic responsibility for the Crusades, for persecution of Catholics, Jews, and dissenters, and for combat against science and reason. The level of intensity fluctuates according to time and place, but it can be stated as a truth that religion is not, and in the long run cannot be, content with its own marvellous claims and sublime assurances. It must seek to interfere with the lives of non-believers, or heretics, or adherents of other faiths. It may speak about the bliss of the next world, but it wants power in this one. This is only to be expected. It is, after all, wholly man-made, and it does not have the confidence in its own various preachings, even to allow coexistence between different faiths. Take a single example from one of the most revered figures that modern religion has produced. As it happens, I am one of the very few people who has ever taken part in the examination of a sainthood cause, as the Roman Catholic Church calls it. In June of 2001, I was invited by the Vatican to testify at a hearing on the beatification of Agnes Bujashu, an ambitious Albanian nun who had become well known under the nom de guerre of Mother Teresa. Although the then Pope had abolished the famous office of Devil's Advocate, the better to confirm and canonize an enormous number of new saints, the Church was still obliged to seek testimony from critics, and thus I found myself representing the devil, as it were, pro bono. I had already helped expose one of the miracles connected with the work of this woman. The man who originally made her famous was a distinguished if rather silly British evangelist, later a Catholic, named Malcolm Muggeridge. It was his BBC documentary, Something Beautiful for God, which launched the Mother Teresa brand on the world in 1969. The cameraman for this film was a man named Ken Macmillan, who had won high praise for his work on Lord Clark's great art history series, Civilization. His understanding of colour and lighting was of a high order. Here is the story as Muggeridge told it in the book that accompanied the film. Mother Teresa's home for the dying is dimly lit by small windows high up in the walls, and Ken, Macmillan was adamant that filming was quite impossible there. We only had one small light with us, and to get the place adequately lighted in the time at our disposal was quite impossible. It was decided that nonetheless Ken should have a go, but by way of insurance he took as well some film in an outside courtyard where some of the inmates were sitting in the sun. In the processed film, the part taken inside was bathed in a particularly beautiful soft light, whereas the part taken outside was rather dim and confused. I myself am absolutely convinced that the technically unaccountable light is in fact the kindly light that Cardinal Newman refers to in his well-known exquisite hymn. Muggeridge concluded that this is precisely what miracles are for, to reveal the inner reality of God's outward creation. I am personally persuaded that Ken recorded the first authentic photographic miracle. I fear I talked and wrote about it to the point of tedium. He was certainly correct in that last sentence. By the time he had finished, he had made Mother Teresa into a world-famous figure. My contribution was to check out and put into print the direct verbal testimony of Ken Macmillan, the cameraman himself. Here it is. During Something Beautiful for God, there was an episode where we were taken to a building that Mother Teresa called the House of the Dying. Peter Schaefer, the director, said, well, it's very dark in here. Do you think we can get something? And we'd just taken delivery at the BBC of some new film made by Kodak, which we hadn't had time to test before we left. So I said to Peter, well, we may as well have a go. So we shot it. And when we got back several weeks later, a month or two later, we're sitting in the Rushes Theatre at Ealing Studios, and eventually up come the shots of the House of the Dying. And it was surprising. You could see every detail. And I said, that's amazing, that's extraordinary. And I was going to go on to say, 3 cheers for Kodak. I didn't get a chance to say that, though, because Malcolm, sitting in the front row, spun around and said, it's divine light. It's Mother Teresa. You'll find it's divine light, old boy. And 3 or 4 days later I found that I was being phoned by journalists from London newspapers who were saying things like, we hear you've just come back from India with Malcolm Muggeridge, and you were the witness of a miracle. So a star was born. For these and for my other criticisms, I was invited by the Vatican into a closed room containing a Bible, a tape recorder, a Monsignor, a deacon, and a priest, and asked if I could throw any light of my own on the matter of the servant of God, Mother Teresa. In 1996, the Irish Republic held a referendum on one question, whether its state constitution should still prohibit divorce. Most of the political parties in an increasingly secular country urged voters to approve of a change in the law. They did so for 2 excellent reasons. It was no longer thought right that the Roman Catholic Church should legislate its morality for all citizens, and it was obviously impossible even to hope for eventual Irish reunification if the large Protestant minority in the north was continually repelled by the possibility of clerical rule. Mother Teresa flew all the way from Calcutta to help campaign, along with the Church and its hardliners, for a no vote. In other words, an Irish woman married to a wife-beating and incestuous drunk should never expect anything better, and might endanger her soul if she begged for a fresh start, while, as for the Protestants, they could either choose the blessings of Rome or stay out altogether. There was not even the suggestion that Catholics could follow their own church's commandments while not imposing them on all other citizens. And this in the British Isles in the last decade of the 20th century. The referendum eventually amended the constitution, though by the narrowest of majorities. Mother Teresa in the same year gave an interview saying that she hoped her friend, Princess Diana, would be happier after she had escaped from what was an obviously miserable marriage. But it's less of a surprise to find the Church applying sterner laws to the poor or offering indulgences to the rich. Mother Teresa died in 1997. On the first anniversary of her death, 2 nuns in the Bengali village of Raigunj claimed to have strapped an aluminum medal of the departed, a medal that had supposedly been in contact with her dead body, to the abdomen of a woman named Monica Bezra. This woman, who was said to be suffering from a large uterine tumour, was thereupon quite cured of it. It will be noticed that Monica is a Catholic girl's name not very common in Bengal, and thus that probably the patient and certainly the nuns were already Mother Teresa fans. This definition would not cover Dr. Manju Murshid, the superintendent of the local hospital, nor Dr. T.K. Biswas and his gynecologist colleague, Dr. Ranjan Mustafi. All 3 came forward to say that Mrs. Bezra had been suffering from tuberculosis and an ovarian growth and had been successfully treated for both afflictions. Dr. Murshid was particularly annoyed at the numerous calls he had received from Mother Teresa's order, the Missionaries of Charity, pressing him to say that the cure had been miraculous. The patient herself did not make a very impressive interview subject, talking at high speed because, as she put it, she might otherwise forget, and begging to be excused questions because she might have to remember. Her own husband, a man named Selku Murmu, broke silence after a while to say that his wife had been cured by ordinary, regular medical treatment. Any hospital supervisor in any country will tell you that patients sometimes make astonishing recoveries, just as apparently healthy people often fall inexplicably and gravely ill. Those who desire to certify miracles may wish to say that such recoveries have no natural explanation. But this does not at all mean that there is therefore a supernatural one. In this case, however, there was nothing even remotely surprising in Mrs. Besra's return to health. Some familiar disorders had been treated with well-known methods. Extraordinary claims were being made without even ordinary evidence. Yet there will soon come a day in Rome when a vast and solemn ceremony will proclaim the sainthood of Mother Teresa as one whose intercession can improve upon medicine to the entire world. Not only is this a scandal in itself, but it will further postpone the day when Indian villagers cease to trust quacks and fakirs. In other words, many people will die needlessly as a result of this phony and contemptible miracle. You may say that this is an isolated case, which would be a grimly apt way of putting it, but you would be mistaken. A week before the events of September the 11th, 2001, I was on a panel with Dennis Prager, who is one of America's better-known religious broadcasters. He challenged me in public to answer what he called a straight yes-no question, and I happily agreed. Very well, he said. I was to imagine myself in a strange city as the evening was coming on. Toward me I was to imagine that I saw a large group of men approaching. Now, would I feel safer or less safe if I was to learn that they were just coming from a prayer meeting? As the reader will see, this is not a question to which a yes-no answer can be given, but I was able to answer it as if it were not hypothetical. Just to stay within the letter B, I have actually had that experience in Belfast, Beirut, Bombay, Belgrade, Bethlehem, and Baghdad. In each case I can say absolutely, and can give my reasons, why I would feel immediately threatened if I thought that the group of men approaching me in the dusk were coming from a religious observance. Here, then, is a very brief summary of the religiously inspired cruelty I witnessed in these 6 places. In Belfast I have seen whole streets burned out by sectarian warfare between different sects of Christianity, and interviewed people whose relatives and friends have been kidnapped and killed or tortured by rival religious death squads, often for no other reason than membership of another confession. There is an old Belfast joke about the man stopped at a roadblock and asked his religion. When he replies that he is an atheist, he is asked, Protestant or Catholic atheist? I think this shows how the obsession has rotted even the legendary local sense of humour. In any case, this actually did happen to a friend of mine, and the experience was decidedly not an amusing one. The ostensible pretext for this mayhem is rival nationalisms, but the street language used by opposing rival tribes consists of terms insulting to the other confessions, prods and tags. For many years the Protestant establishment wanted Catholics to be both segregated and suppressed. Indeed, in the days when the Ulster State was founded, its slogan was, a Protestant Parliament for a Protestant people. Sectarianism is conveniently self-generating and can always be counted upon to evoke a reciprocal sectarianism. On the main point, the Catholic leadership was in agreement. It desired clerical-dominated schools and segregated neighbourhoods, the better to exert its control. So, in the name of God, the old hatreds were drilled into new generations of schoolchildren, and are still being drilled. Even the word drill makes me queasy. A power tool of that kind was often used to destroy the kneecaps of those who fell foul of the religious gangs. When I first saw Beirut in the summer of 1975, it was still recognizable as the Paris of the Orient. Yet this apparent Eden was infested with a wide selection of serpents. It suffered from a positive surplus of religions, all of them accommodated by a sectarian state constitution. The president by law had to be a Christian, usually a Maronite Catholic, the Speaker of the Parliament a Muslim, and so on. This never worked well because it institutionalized differences of belief as well as of caste and ethnicity. The Shia Muslims were at the bottom of the social scale. The Kurds were disenfranchised altogether. The main Christian party was actually a Catholic militia called the Phalange, or Phalanx, and had been founded by a Maronite Lebanese named Pierre Gemayel, who had been very impressed by his visit to Hitler's Berlin Olympics in 1936. It was later to achieve international notoriety by conducting the massacre of Palestinians at the Sabra and Shatila refugee camps in 1982, while acting under the orders of General Sharon. That a Jewish general should collaborate with a fascist party might seem grotesque enough, but they had a common Muslim enemy, and that was enough. Israel's eruption into Lebanon that year also gave an impetus to the birth of Hezbollah, the modestly named Party of God, which mobilized the Shia underclass and gradually placed it under the leadership of the theocratic dictatorship in Iran that had come to power 3 years previously. It was in lovely Lebanon, too, having learned to share the kidnapping business with the ranks of organized crime, that the faithful moved on to introduce us to the beauties of suicide bombing. I can still see that severed head in the road outside the near-shattered French embassy. On the whole, I tended to cross the street when the prayer meetings broke up. Bombay also used to be considered a pearl of the Orient, with its necklace of lights along the Corniche and its magnificent British Raj architecture. It was one of India's most diverse and plural cities, and its many layers of texture have been cleverly explored by Salman Rushdie, especially in The Moor's Last Sigh and in the films of Mira Nair. It is true that there had been intercommunal fighting there during the time in 1947-48, when the grand historic movement for Indian self-government was being ruined by Muslim demands for a separate state and by the fact that the Congress Party was led by a pious Hindu. But probably as many people took refuge in Bombay during that moment of religious bloodlust as were driven or fled from it. A form of cultural coexistence resumed, as often happens when cities are exposed to the sea and to influences from outside. Parsis, former Zoroastrians who had been persecuted in Persia, were a prominent minority, and the city was also host to a historically significant community of Jews. But this was not enough to content Mr. Bal Thackeray and his Shiv Sena Hindu nationalist movement, who in the 1990s decided that Bombay should be run by and for his co-religionists, and who loosed a tide of goons and thugs onto the streets. Just to show he could do it, he ordered the city renamed as Mumbai, which is partly why I included it in this list under its traditional title. Belgrade had until the 1980s been the capital of Yugoslavia, or the land of the southern Slavs, which meant by definition that it was the capital of a multi-ethnic and multi-confessional state. But a secular Croatian intellectual once gave me a warning that, as in Belfast, took the form of a sour joke. If I tell people that I'm an atheist and a Croat, he said, people ask me how I can prove I'm not a Serb. To be Croatian, in other words, is to be Roman Catholic. To be a Serb is to be Christian Orthodox. In the 1940s, this meant a Nazi puppet state, set up in Croatia and enjoying the patronage of the Vatican, which naturally sought to exterminate all the Jews in the region, but also undertook a campaign of forcible conversion directed at the other Christian community. Tens of thousands of Orthodox Christians were either slaughtered or deported in consequence, and a vast concentration camp was set up near the town of Jasenovac. So disgusting was the regime of General Ante Pavelic and his Ustasha party that even many German officers protested at having to be associated with it. By the time I visited the site of the Jasenovac camp in 1992, the jackboot was somewhat on the other foot. The Croatian cities of Vukovar and Dubrovnik had been brutally shelled by the armed forces of Serbia, now under the control of Slobodan Milosevic. The mainly Muslim city of Sarajevo had been encircled and was being bombarded around the clock. Elsewhere in Bosnia-Herzegovina, especially along the river Drina, whole towns were pillaged and massacred in what the Serbs themselves termed ethnic cleansing. In point of fact, religious cleansing would have been nearer the mark. Milosevic was an ex-communist bureaucrat who'd mutated into a xenophobic nationalist, and his anti-Muslim crusade, which was a cover for the annexation of Bosnia to a greater Serbia, was to a large extent carried out by unofficial militias operating under his deniable control. These gangs were made up of religious bigots, often blessed by Orthodox priests and bishops, and sometimes augmented by fellow Orthodox volunteers from Greece and Russia. They made a special attempt to destroy all evidence of Ottoman civilization, as in the specially atrocious case of the dynamiting of several historic minarets in Banja Luka, which was done during a ceasefire and not as the result of any battle. The same was true, as is often forgotten, of their Catholic counterparts. The Ustasha formations were revived in Croatia and made a vicious attempt to take over Herzegovina, as they had during the Second World War. The beautiful city of Mostar was also shelled and besieged, and the world-famous Stari Most, or Old Bridge, dating from Turkish times and listed by UNESCO as a cultural site of world importance, was bombarded until it fell into the river below. In effect, the extremist Catholic and Orthodox forces were colluding in a bloody partition and cleansing of Bosnia-Herzegovina. They were, and still are, largely spared the public shame of this because the world's media preferred the simplification of Croat and Serb, and only mentioned religion when discussing the Muslims. But the triad of terms Croat, Serb, and Muslim is unequal and misleading in that it equates two nationalities and one religion. The same blunder is made in a different way in coverage of Iraq, with the Sunni, Shia, Kurd trilateral. There were at least 10,000 Serbs in Sarajevo throughout the siege, and one of the leading commanders of its defence, an officer and gentleman named General Jovan Divjak, whose hand I was proud to shake under fire, was a Serb also. The city's Jewish population, which dated from 1492, also identified itself, for the most part, with the government and the cause of Bosnia. It would have been far more accurate if the press and television had reported that today the Orthodox Christian forces resumed their bombardment of Sarajevo, or yesterday the Catholic militia succeeded in collapsing the Stari Most. But confessional terminology was reserved only for Muslims, even as their murderers went to all the trouble of distinguishing themselves by wearing large Orthodox crosses over their bandoliers, or by taping portraits of the Virgin Mary to their rifle butts. As for Bethlehem, I suppose I would be willing to concede to Mr. Prager that on a good day I would feel safe enough standing around outside the Church of the Nativity as evening came on. It is in Bethlehem, not far from Jerusalem, that many believe that with the cooperation of an immaculately conceived virgin, God was delivered of a son. When I first visited this pitiful town, it was under the nominal control of a largely Christian Palestinian municipality, linked to one particular political dynasty identified with the Frege family. When I have seen it since, it has generally been under a brutal curfew imposed by the Israeli military authorities, whose presence on the West Bank is itself not unconnected with belief in certain ancient scriptural prophecies, though this time with a different promise made by a different God to a different people. Now comes the turn of still another religion. The forces of Hamas, who claim the whole of Palestine as an Islamic waqf or holy dispensation sacred to Islam, have begun to elbow aside the Christians of Bethlehem. Their leader, Mahmoud al-Azhar, has announced that all inhabitants of the Islamic State of Palestine will be expected to conform to Muslim law. In Bethlehem, it is now proposed that non-Muslims be subjected to the al-Jizya tax, the historic levy imposed on dhimmis or unbelievers under the old Ottoman Empire. Female employees of the municipality are forbidden to greet male visitors with a handshake. In Gaza, a young woman named Yusra al-Azami was shot dead in April 2005 for the crime of sitting unchaperoned in a car with her fiancé. The young man escaped with only a vicious beating. The leaders of the Hamas Vice and Virtue Squad justified this casual murder and torture by saying that there had been suspicion of immoral behavior. In once secular Palestine, mobs of sexually repressed young men are conscripted to snoop around parked cars and given permission to do what they like. I once heard the late Abba Eban, one of Israel's more polished and thoughtful diplomats and statesmen, give a talk in New York. The first thing to strike the eye about the Israeli-Palestinian dispute, he said, was the ease of its solubility. From this arresting start, he went on to say, with the authority of a former foreign minister and UN representative, that the essential point was a simple one. Two peoples of roughly equivalent size had a claim to the same land. The solution was, obviously, to create two states side by side. Surely something so self-evident was within the wit of man to encompass. And so it would have been, decades ago, if the messianic rabbis and mullahs and priests could have been kept out of it. But the exclusive claims to God-given authority, made by hysterical clerics on both sides, and further stoked by Armageddon-minded Christians, who hoped to bring on the apocalypse, preceded by the death or conversion of all Jews, have made the situation insufferable, and put the whole of humanity in the position of hostage to a quarrel that now features the threat of nuclear war. To come last to Baghdad. This is one of the greatest centres of learning and culture in history. It was here that some of the lost works of Aristotle and other Greeks, lost because the Christian authorities had burned some, suppressed others, and closed the schools of philosophy on the grounds that there could have been no useful reflections on morality before the preaching of Jesus, were preserved, retranslated, and transmitted via Andalusia back to the ignorant Christian West. Baghdad's libraries and poets and architects were renowned. Many of these attainments took place under Muslim caliphs, who sometimes permitted and as often repressed their expression. But Baghdad also bears the traces of ancient Chaldean and Nestorian Christianity, and was one of the many centres of the Jewish diaspora. Until the late 1940s, it was home to as many Jews as were living in Jerusalem. Saddam had inscribed the words Allahu Akbar, God is great, on the Iraqi flag. He had sponsored a huge international conference of holy warriors and mullahs, and maintained very warm relations with their other chief state sponsor in the region, namely the genocidal government of Sudan. He had built the largest mosque in the region and named it the Mother of All Battles Mosque, complete with a Quran written in blood that he claimed to be his own. When launching his own genocidal campaign against the mainly Sunni people of Kurdistan, a campaign that involved the thoroughgoing use of chemical atrocity weapons and the murder and deportation of hundreds of thousands of people, he had called it Operation Anfal, borrowing by this term a Quranic justification, the spoils of Surah number 8, for the despoilment and destruction of non-believers. When the coalition forces crossed the Iraqi border, they found Saddam's army dissolving like a sugar lump in hot tea, but met with some quite tenacious resistance from a paramilitary group, stiffened with foreign jihadists, called the Fedayeen Saddam. One of the jobs of this group was to execute anybody who publicly welcomed the Western intervention, and some revolting public hangings and mutilations were soon captured on video for all to see. At a minimum, it can be agreed by all that the Iraqi people had endured much in the preceding 35 years of war and dictatorship, that the Saddam regime could not have gone on forever as an outlaw system within international law, and therefore that, whatever objections there might be to the actual means of regime change, the whole society deserved a breathing space in which to consider reconstruction and reconciliation. Not one single minute of breathing space was allowed. Everybody knows the sequel. The supporters of al-Qaeda, led by a Jordanian jailbird named Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, launched a frenzied campaign of murder and sabotage. They not only slew unveiled women and secular journalists and teachers, they not only set off bombs in Christian churches — Iraq's population is perhaps 2% Christian — and shot or maimed Christians who made and sold alcohol. They not only made a video of the mass shooting and throat-cutting of a contingent of Nepalese guest workers who were assumed to be Hindu and thus beyond all consideration. These atrocities might be counted as more or less routine. They directed the most toxic part of their campaign of terror at fellow Muslims. The mosques and funeral processions of the long-oppressed Shiite majority were blown up. Pilgrims coming long distances to the newly accessible shrines at Karbala and Najaf did so at the risk of their lives. In a letter to his leader Osama bin Laden, Zarqawi gave the two main reasons for this extraordinarily evil policy. In the first place, as he wrote, the Shiites were heretics who did not take the correct Salafist path of purity. They were thus a fit prey for the truly holy. In the second place, if a religious war could be induced within Iraqi society, the plans of the Crusader West could be set at naught. The obvious hope was to ignite a counter-response from the Shia themselves, which would drive Sunni Arabs into the arms of their bin Ladenist protectors. And, despite some noble appeals for restraint from the Shiite Grand Ayatollah Sistani, it did not prove very difficult to elicit such a response. Before long, Shia death squads, often garbed in police uniforms, were killing and torturing random members of the Sunni Arab faith. The surreptitious influence of the neighbouring Islamic Republic of Iran was not difficult to detect, and in some Shia areas also it became dangerous to be an unveiled woman or a secular person. Iraq boasts quite a long history of intermarriage and intercommunal cooperation. But a few years of this hateful dialectic soon succeeded in creating an atmosphere of misery, distrust, hostility, and sect-based politics. In all the cases I have mentioned, there were those who protested in the name of religion and who tried to stand athwart the rising tide of fanaticism and the cult of death. I can think of a handful of priests and bishops and rabbis and imams who have put humanity ahead of their own sect or creed. History gives us many other such examples, which I am going to discuss later on. But this is a compliment to humanism, not to religion. If it comes to that, these crises have also caused me and many other atheists to protest on behalf of Catholics suffering discrimination in Ireland, of Bosnian Muslims facing extermination in the Christian Balkans, of Shia Afghans and Iraqis being put to the sword by Sunni jihadists, and vice versa, and numberless other such cases. To adopt such a stand is the elementary duty of a self-respecting human, but the general reluctance of clerical authorities to issue unambiguous condemnation, whether it is the Vatican in the case of Croatia, or the Saudi or Iranian leaderships in the case of their respective confessions, is uniformly disgusting. And so is the willingness of each flock to revert to atavistic behaviour under the least provocation. No, Mr. Prager, I have not found it a prudent rule to seek help as the prayer meeting breaks up, and this, as I told you, is only the letter B. In all these cases, anyone concerned with human safety or dignity would have to hope fervently for a mass outbreak of democratic and republican secularism. I did not have to travel to all these exotic places in order to see the poison doing its work. Long before the critical day of September 11, 2001, I could sense that religion was beginning to reassert its challenge to civil society. When I am not operating as a tentative and amateur foreign correspondent, I lead a rather tranquil and orderly life, writing books and essays, teaching my students to love English literature, attending agreeable conferences of literary types, taking part in the transient arguments that arise in publishing and the academy. But even this rather sheltered existence has been subject to outrageous invasions and insults and challenges. On February the 14th, 1989, my friend Salman Rushdie was hit by a simultaneous death sentence and life sentence for the crime of writing a work of fiction. To be more precise, the theocratic head of a foreign state, the Ayatollah Khomeini of Iran, publicly offered money, in his own name, to suborn the murder of a novelist who was a citizen of another country. Those who were encouraged to carry out this bribed assassination scheme, which extended to all those involved in the publication of the Satanic Verses, were offered not just the cold cash, but also a free ticket to paradise. It's impossible to imagine a greater affront to every value of free expression. The Ayatollah had not read, and probably could not read, and in any case forbade everyone else to read, the novel. But he succeeded in igniting ugly demonstrations among Muslims in Britain as well as across the world, where crowds burned the book and screamed for the author to be fed to the flames as well. This episode, partly horrifying and partly grotesque, of course had its origins in the material or real world. The Ayatollah, having flung away hundreds of thousands of young Iranian lives in an attempt to prolong the war which Saddam Hussein had started, and thereby to turn it into a victory for his own reactionary theology, had recently been forced to acknowledge reality and to agree to the United Nations ceasefire resolution that he had sworn he would drink poison before signing. He was in need, in other words, of an issue. A group of reactionary Muslims in South Africa, who sat in the puppet parliament of the apartheid regime, had announced that if Mr. Rushdie attended a book fair in their country, he would be killed. A fundamentalist group in Pakistan had shed blood on the streets. Khomeini had to prove that he could not be outdone by anybody. As it happens, there are some statements allegedly made by the Prophet Muhammad which are difficult to reconcile with Muslim teaching. Quranic scholars had attempted to square this circle by suggesting that in these instances the Prophet was accidentally taking dictation from Satan instead of from God. This ruse, which would not have disgraced the most sinuous school of medieval Christian apologetics, provided an excellent opportunity for a novelist to explore the relationship between Holy Writ and literature. Moreover, Rushdie had been brought up as a Muslim and had an understanding of the Quran, which meant in effect that he was an apostate. And apostasy, according to the Quran, is punishable by death. There is no right to change religion, and all religious states have always insisted on harsh penalties for those who try it. A number of serious attempts were made to kill Rushdie by religious death squads supported from Iranian embassies. His Italian and Japanese translators were criminally assaulted, apparently in one case in the absurd belief that the translator might know his whereabouts, and one of them was savagely mutilated as he lay dying. His Norwegian publisher was shot in the back several times with a high-velocity rifle and left for dead in the snow, but astonishingly survived. One might have thought that such arrogant state-sponsored homicide, directed at a lonely and peaceful individual who pursued a life devoted to language, would have called forth a general condemnation, but such was not the case. In considered statements, the Vatican, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and the chief Sephardic rabbi of Israel all took a stand in sympathy with the Ayatollah. So did the Cardinal Archbishop of New York and many other lesser religious figures. While they usually managed a few words in which to deplore the resort to violence, all these men stated that the main problem, raised by the publication of the Satanic Verses, was not murder by mercenaries, but blasphemy. Some public figures not in holy orders, such as the Marxist writer John Berger, the Tory historian Hugh Trevor Roper, and the doyen of espionage authors John le Carré, also pronounced that Rushdie was the author of his own troubles, and had brought them on himself by offending a great monotheistic religion. There seemed nothing fantastic to these people in the British police having to defend an Indian-born ex-Muslim citizen from a concerted campaign to take his life in the name of God. Sheltered as my own life normally is, I had a taste of this surreal situation when Mr. Rushdie came to Washington over the Thanksgiving weekend of 1993 in order to keep an appointment with President Clinton, and stayed for a night or two in my apartment. An enormous and forbidding security operation was necessary to bring this about, and when the visit was over, I was asked to pay a visit to the Department of State. There I was informed by a senior official that believable chatter had been intercepted, expressing the intention of revenge on me and on my family. I was advised to change my address and my telephone number, which seemed an unlikely way of avoiding reprisal. However, it did put me on notice of what I already knew. It is not possible for me to say, well, you pursue your Shiite dream of a hidden imam, and I pursue my study of Thomas Paine and George Orwell, and the world is big enough for both of us. The true believer cannot rest until the whole world bows the knee. Is it not obvious to all, say the pious, that religious authority is paramount, and that those who decline to recognize it have forfeited their right to exist? It was, as it happens, the murderers of the Shia who forced this point upon the world's attention a few years later. So ghastly had been the regime of the Taliban in Afghanistan, which slaughtered the Shiite Hazara population, that Iran itself had considered invading the country in 1999. And so great was the Taliban's addiction to profanity that it had methodically shelled and destroyed one of the world's greatest cultural artifacts, the twin Buddha statues at Bamiyan, which in their magnificence showed the fusion of Hellenic and other styles in the Afghan past. But, pre-Islamic as they undoubtedly were, the statues were a standing insult to the Taliban and their al-Qaeda guests. And the reduction of Bamiyan to shards and rubble foreshadowed the incineration of two other twin structures, as well as almost 3,000 human beings, in downtown Manhattan in the fall of 2001. Everybody has their own 9/11 story. I shall skip over mine, except to say that someone I slightly knew was flown into the wall of the Pentagon, having managed to call her husband and give a description of her murderers and their tactics, and having learned from him that it was not a hijack and that she was going to die. From the roof of my building in Washington, I could see the smoke rising from the other side of the river, and I have never since passed the Capitol or the White House without thinking of what might have happened, were it not for the courage and resourcefulness of the passengers on the fourth plane, who managed to bring it down in a Pennsylvanian field, only 20 minutes flying time from its destination. Well, I was able to write, in a further reply to Dennis Prager, now you have your answer. The 19 suicide murderers of New York and Washington and Pennsylvania were beyond any doubt the most sincere believers on those planes. Perhaps we can hear a little less about how people of faith possess moral advantages that others can only envy, and what is to be learned from the jubilation and the ecstatic propaganda with which this great feat of fidelity has been greeted in the Islamic world. At the time, the United States had an Attorney General named John Ashcroft, who had stated that America had no king but Jesus, a claim that was exactly 2 words too long. It had a president who wanted to hand over the care of the poor to faith-based institutions. Might this not be a moment where the light of reason and the defense of a society that separated church and state and valued free expression and free inquiry be granted a point or two? The disappointment was, and to me remains, acute. Within hours, the Reverends Pat Robertson and Jerry Falwell had announced that the immolation of their fellow creatures was a divine judgment on a secular society that tolerated homosexuality and abortion. At the solemn memorial service for the victims, held in the beautiful National Cathedral in Washington, an address was permitted from Billy Graham, a man whose record of opportunism and anti-Semitism is in itself a minor national disgrace. His absurd sermon made the claim that all the dead were now in paradise, and would not return to us even if they could. I say absurd because it's impossible, even in the most lenient terms, to believe that a good number of sinful citizens had not been murdered by Al-Qaeda that day. And there is no reason to believe that Billy Graham knew the current whereabouts of their souls, let alone of their posthumous desires. But there was also something sinister in hearing detailed claims to knowledge of paradise, of the sort that bin Laden himself was making on behalf of the assassins. Matters continued to deteriorate in the interval between the removal of the Taliban and the overthrow of Saddam Hussein. A senior military official named General William Boykin announced that he had been vouchsafed a vision while serving earlier during the fiasco in Somalia. Apparently, the face of Satan himself had been detected by some aerial photography of Mogadishu, but this had only increased the confidence of the general that his God was stronger than the evil deity of the opposition. At the U.S. Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs, it was revealed that Jewish and agnostic cadets were being viciously bullied by a group of unpunished, born-again cadres who insisted that only those accepting Jesus as a personal saviour were qualified to serve. The deputy commander of the academy sent out emails proselytizing for a national day of Christian prayer. A chaplain named Melinda Morton, who complained about this hysteria and intimidation, was abruptly transferred to a faraway base in Japan. Meanwhile, empty-headed multiculturalism also contributed its portion, by, among other means, ensuring the distribution of cheap and mass-produced Saudi editions of the Quran for use in America's prison system. These Wahhabi texts went even further than the original in recommending holy war against all Christians and Jews and secularists. To observe all this was to witness a kind of cultural suicide, an assisted suicide, at which believers and unbelievers were both prepared to officiate. It ought to have been pointed out at once that this sort of thing, as well as being unethical and unprofessional, was also flat-out unconstitutional and anti-American. James Madison, the author of the First Amendment to the Constitution, prohibiting any law respecting an establishment of religion, was also an author of Article 6, which states unambiguously that no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust. His later detached memoranda make it very plain that he opposed the government appointment of chaplains in the first place, either in the armed forces or at the opening ceremonies of Congress. The establishment of the chaplainship to Congress is a palpable violation of equal rights, as well as of constitutional principles. As to clerical presence in the armed forces, Madison wrote, "The object of this establishment is seducing. The motive to it is laudable. But is it not safer to adhere to a right principle and trust to its consequences, than confide in the reasoning, however specious, in favour of a wrong one? Look through the armies and navies of the world and say, whether in the appointment of their ministers of religion the spiritual interest of the flocks or the temporal interest of the shepherd be most in view." Anyone citing Madison today would very likely be thought either subversive or insane, and yet without him and Thomas Jefferson, co-authors of the Virginia Statute on Religious Freedom, the United States would have gone on as it was, with Jews prohibited from holding office in some states, Catholics in others, and Protestants in Maryland, the latter a state where profane words concerning the Holy Trinity were punishable by torture, branding, and, at the third offence, death without benefit of clergy. Georgia might have persisted in maintaining that its official state faith was Protestantism, whichever one of Luther's many hybrids that might have turned out to be. As the debate over intervention in Iraq became more heated, positive torrents of nonsense poured from the pulpits. Most churches opposed the effort to remove Saddam Hussein, and the Pope disgraced himself utterly by issuing a personal invitation to the wanted war criminal Tariq Aziz, a man responsible for the state murder of children. Not only was Aziz welcomed at the Vatican as the senior Catholic member of a ruling fascist party, not the first time that such an indulgence had been granted, he was then taken to Assisi for a personal session of prayer at the shrine of St. Francis, who apparently used to lecture to birds. This, he must have thought, was altogether too easy. On the other side of the confessional span, some but not all American evangelicals thundered joyously about the prospect of winning the Muslim world for Jesus. I say some but not all, because one fundamentalist splinter group has since taken to picketing the funerals of American soldiers killed in Iraq, claiming that their murders are God's punishment for American homosexuality. One especially tasteful sign waved in the faces of the mourners is, "Thank God for IEDs," the roadside bombs placed by equally anti-gay Muslim fascists. It is not my problem to decide which theology is the correct one here. I would say the chances of either being right are approximately the same. Charles Stanley, whose weekly sermons from the First Baptist Church in Atlanta are watched by millions, could have been any demagogic imam as he said, "We should offer to serve the war effort in any way possible. God battles with people who oppose him, who fight against him and his followers." His organization's Baptist Press News Service printed an article from a missionary, exulting that American foreign policy and military might have opened an opportunity for the gospel in the land of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Never to be outdone, Tim LaHaye decided to go even further. Best known as the co-author of the best-selling Left Behind pulp novel series, which readies the average American for the rapture and then for Armageddon, he spoke of Iraq as a focal point of end-time events. Other biblical enthusiasts tried to link Saddam Hussein with the wicked king Nebuchadnezzar of ancient Babylon, a comparison that the dictator himself would probably have approved, given his rebuilding of the old walls at Babylon with bricks that had his name inscribed on every one of them. Thus, instead of a rational discussion about the best way to contain and defeat religious fanaticism, one had the mutual reinforcement of two forms of that mania. The jihadist assault reconjured the blood-stained spectre of the Crusaders. In this respect, religion is not unlike racism. One version of it inspires and provokes the other. I was once asked another trick question, slightly more searching than Dennis Prager's, that was designed to uncover my level of latent prejudice. You are on a subway platform in New York late at night in a deserted station. Suddenly, a group of 12 black men appears. Do you stay where you are or move to the exit? I was able again to reply that I had had this exact experience. Waiting alone for a train well after midnight, I had been suddenly joined by a crew of repairmen exiting the tunnel with their tools and work gloves. All of them were black. I felt instantly safer and moved toward them. I have no idea what their religious affiliation was. But in every other case that I've cited, religion has been an enormous multiplier of tribal suspicion and hatred, with members of each group talking of the other in precisely the tones of the bigot. The Christians and Jews eat defiled pig meat and swill poisonous alcohol. Buddhist and Muslim Sri Lankans blamed the wine-oriented Christmas celebrations of 2004 for the immediately following tsunami. Catholics are dirty and have too many children. Muslims breed like rabbits and wipe their bottoms with the wrong hand. Jews have lice in their beards and seek the blood of Christian children to add flavour and zest to their Passover matzahs. And so it goes on. In the fall of 2001, I was in Calcutta with the magnificent photographer Sebastião Salgado, a Brazilian genius whose studies with the camera have made vivid the lives of migrants, war victims, and those workers who toil to extract primary products from mines and quarries and forests. On this occasion, he was acting as an envoy of UNICEF and promoting his cause as a crusader, in the positive sense of that term, against the scourge of polio. Thanks to the work of inspired and enlightened scientists like Jonas Salk, it is now possible to immunize children against this ghastly malady for a negligible cost, the few cents or pennies that it takes to administer 2 drops of oral vaccine to the mouth of an infant. Advances in medicine had managed to put the fear of smallpox behind us, and it was confidently expected that another year would do the same for polio. Humanity itself had seemingly united on this proposition. In several countries, including El Salvador, warring combatants had proclaimed ceasefires in order to allow the inoculation teams to move freely. Extremely poor and backward countries had mustered the resources to get the good news to every village. No more children need be killed, or made useless and miserable, by this hideous disease. Back home in Washington, where that year many people were still fearfully staying indoors after the trauma of 9/11, my youngest daughter was going dauntlessly door-to-door on Halloween, piping trick-or-treat for UNICEF, and healing or saving, with every fistful of small change, children she would never meet. One had that rare sense of participating in an entirely positive enterprise. The people of Bengal, and particularly the women, were enthusiastic and inventive. I remember one committee meeting where staunch Calcutta hostesses planned without embarrassment to team up with the city's prostitutes to spread the word into the farthest corners of society. Bring your children, no questions asked, and let them swallow the 2 drops of fluid. Someone knew of an elephant a few miles out of town that might be hired to lead a publicity parade. Everything was going well. In one of the poorest cities and states of the world there was to be a new start, and then we began to hear of a rumour. In some outlying places, Muslim diehards were spreading the story that the droplets were a plot. If you took this sinister Western medicine, you would be stricken by impotence and diarrhea, a forbidding and depressing combination. This was a problem because the drops have to be administered twice, the second time as a booster and confirmation of immunity, and because it takes only a few uninoculated people to allow the disease to survive and revive and to spread back through contact in the water supply. As with smallpox, eradication must be utter and complete. I wondered, as I left Calcutta, if West Bengal would manage to meet the deadline and declare itself polio-free by the end of the next year. That would leave only pockets of Afghanistan and one or two other inaccessible regions already devastated by religious fervour before we could say that another ancient tyranny of illness had been decisively overthrown. In 2005 I learned of one outcome. In northern Nigeria, a country that had previously checked in as provisionally polio-free, a group of Islamic religious figures issued a ruling, or fatwa, that declared the polio vaccine to be a conspiracy by the United States and, amazingly, the United Nations against the Muslim faith. The drops were designed, said these mullahs, to sterilize the true believers. Their intention and effect was genocidal. Nobody was to swallow them or administer them to infants. Within months, polio was back, and not just in northern Nigeria. Nigerian travellers and pilgrims had already taken it as far as Mecca and spread it back to several other polio-free countries, including 3 African ones, and also far away Yemen. The entire boulder would have to be rolled right back up to the top of the mountain. Would you care to see my video of the advice given by Cardinal Alfonso Lopez de Trujillo, the Vatican's president of the Pontifical Council for the Family, carefully warning his audience that all condoms are secretly made with many microscopic holes through which the AIDS virus can pass? Close your eyes and try to picture what you might say if you had the authority to inflict the greatest possible suffering in the least number of words. Consider the damage that such a dogma has caused. Presumably those holes permit the passage of other things too, which rather destroys the point of a condom in the first place. To make such a statement in Rome is wicked enough, but translate the message into the language of poor and stricken countries and see what happens. During Carnival season in Brazil, the auxiliary Bishop of Rio de Janeiro, Rafael Chano Cifuentes, told his congregation in a sermon that the Church is against condom use. Sexual relations between a man and a woman have to be natural. I have never seen a little dog using a condom during sexual intercourse with another dog. Senior clerical figures in several other countries, Cardinal Obando y Bravo of Nicaragua, the Archbishop of Nairobi in Kenya, Cardinal Emmanuel Wamala of Uganda, have all told their flocks that condoms transmit AIDS. Cardinal Wamala indeed has opined that women who die of AIDS, rather than employ latex protection, should be considered as martyrs, though presumably this martyrdom must take place within the confines of marriage. The Islamic authorities have been no better and sometimes worse. In 1995, the Council of Ulemas in Indonesia urged that condoms only be made available to married couples, and on prescription. In Iran, a worker found to be HIV positive can lose his job, and doctors and hospitals have the right to refuse treatment to AIDS patients. An official of Pakistan's AIDS control program told Foreign Policy magazine in 2005 that the problem was smaller in his country because of better social and Islamic values. This in a state where the law allows a woman to be sentenced to be gang-raped in order to expiate the shame of a crime committed by her brother. This is the old religious combination of repression and denial. A plague like AIDS is assumed to be unmentionable because the teachings of the Quran are enough in themselves to inhibit premarital intercourse, drug use, adultery, and prostitution. Even a very brief visit to, say, Iran will demonstrate the opposite. It is the mullahs themselves who profit from hypocrisy by licensing temporary marriages, in which wedding certificates are available for a few hours, sometimes in specially designated houses, with a divorce declaration ready to hand at the conclusion of business. You could almost call it prostitution. The last time I was offered such a bargain, it was just outside the ugly shrine to the Ayatollah Khomeini in South Tehran. but veiled and burqa-clad women infected by their husbands with the virus are expected to die in silence. It is a certainty that millions of other harmless and decent people will die, very miserably and quite needlessly, all over the world, as a result of this obscurantism. The attitude of religion to medicine, like the attitude of religion to science, is always necessarily problematic and very often necessarily hostile. A modern believer can say, and even believe, that his faith is quite compatible with science and medicine, but the awkward fact will always be that both things have a tendency to break religion's monopoly, and have often been fiercely resisted for that reason. What happens to the faith healer and the shaman when any poor citizen can see the full effect of drugs and surgeries administered without ceremonies or mystifications? Roughly the same thing as happens to the rainmaker when the climatologist turns up, or to the diviner from the heavens when school teachers get hold of elementary telescopes. Plagues of antiquity were held to be punishment from the gods, which did much to strengthen the hold of the priesthood, and much to encourage the burning of infidels and heretics, who were thought, in an alternative explanation, to be spreading disease by witchcraft or else poisoning the wells. We may make allowances for the orgies of stupidity and cruelty that were indulged in before humanity had a clear concept of the germ theory of disease. Most of the miracles of the New Testament have to do with healing, which was of such great importance in a time when even minor illness was often the end. St. Augustine himself said that he would not have believed in Christianity if it were not for the miracles. Scientific critics of religion such as Daniel Dennett have been generous enough to point out that apparently useless healing rituals may even have helped people get better, in that we know how important morale can be in aiding the body to fight injury and infection. But that would be an excuse only available in retrospect. By the time Dr. Jenner had discovered that a cowpox vaccine could ward off smallpox, this excuse had become void. Yet Timothy Dwight, the president of Yale University, and to this day one of America's most respected divines, was opposed to the smallpox vaccination because he regarded it as an interference with God's design. And this mentality is still heavily present, long after its pretext and justification in human ignorance has vanished. It is interesting and suggestive that the Archbishop of Rio makes his analogy with dogs. They do not trouble to roll on a condom. Who are we to quarrel with their fidelity to nature? In the recent division in the Anglican Church over homosexuality and ordination, several bishops made the fatuous point that homosexuality is unnatural because it does not occur in other species. Leave aside the fundamental absurdity of this observation. Are humans part of nature or not? Or, if they chance to be homosexual, are they created in God's image or not? Leave aside the well-attested fact that numberless kinds of birds and mammals and primates do engage in homosexual play. Who are the clerics to interpret nature? They've shown themselves quite unable to do so. A condom is quite simply a necessary but not a sufficient condition for avoiding the transmission of AIDS. All qualified authorities, including those who state that abstinence is even better, are agreed on this. Homosexuality is present in all societies, and its incidence would appear to be part of human design. We must perforce confront these facts as we find them. We now know that the bubonic plague was spread not by sin or moral backsliding, but by rats and fleas. Archbishop Lancelot Andrews, during the celebrated Black Death in London in 1665, noticed uneasily that the horror fell upon those who prayed and kept the faith as well as upon those who did not. He came perilously close to stumbling upon a real point. As I was writing this chapter, an argument broke out in my hometown of Washington, D.C. The human papillomavirus, HPV, has long been known as a sexually transmitted infection that, at its worst, can cause cervical cancer in women. A vaccine is now available. These days vaccines are increasingly swiftly developed, not to cure this malady, but to immunize women against it. But there are forces in the administration who oppose the adoption of this measure on the grounds that it fails to discourage premarital sex. To accept the spread of cervical cancer in the name of God is no different, morally or intellectually, from sacrificing these women on a stone altar and thanking the deity for giving us the sexual impulse and then condemning it. We do not know how many people in Africa have died or will die because of the AIDS virus, which was isolated and became treatable in a great feat of humane scientific research, very soon after it made its lethal appearance. On the other hand, we do know that having sex with a virgin, one of the more popular local cures, does not in fact prevent or banish the infection, and we also know that the use of condoms can at least contribute, as a form of prophylaxis, to the limitation and containment of the virus. We are not dealing, as early missionaries might have liked to believe, with witch doctors and savages who resist the boons that the missionaries bring. At least 2 major and established religions, with millions of adherents in Africa, believe that the cure is very much worse than the disease. They also harbour the belief that the AIDS plague is in some sense a verdict from heaven upon sexual deviance, in particular upon homosexuality. A single stroke of Occam's potent razor eviscerates this half-baked savagery. Female homosexuals not only do not contract AIDS, except if they are unlucky with a transfusion or a needle, they are also much freer of all venereal infection than even heterosexuals. Yet clerical authorities persistently refuse to be honest about even the existence of the lesbian. In doing so, they further demonstrate that religion continues to pose an urgent threat to public health. I pose a hypothetical question. As a man of some 57 years of age, I am discovered sucking the penis of a baby boy. I ask you to picture your own outrage and revulsion. Ah, but I have my explanation already. I am a moil, an appointed circumciser and foreskin remover. My authority comes from an ancient text, which commands me to take a baby boy's penis in my hand, cut around the prepuce, and complete the action by taking his penis in my mouth, sucking off the foreskin, and spitting out the amputated flap, along with a mouthful of blood and saliva. This practice has been abandoned by most Jews, either because of its unhygienic nature or its disturbing associations, but it still persists among the sort of Hasidic fundamentalists who hope for the Second Temple to be rebuilt in Jerusalem. To them, the primitive rite of the Periah Mestitza is part of the original and unbreakable covenant with God. In New York City, in the year 2005, the ritual, as performed by a 57-year-old moil, was found to have given genital herpes to several small boys, and to have caused the deaths of at least 2 of them. In normal circumstances, the disclosure would have led the Public Health Department to forbid the practice, and the mayor to denounce it. But in the capital of the modern world, in the first decade of the 21st century, such was not the case. Instead, Mayor Bloomberg overrode the reports by distinguished Jewish physicians who had warned of the danger of the custom, and told his healthcare bureaucracy to postpone any verdict. The crucial thing, he said, was to be sure that the free exercise of religion was not being infringed. In a public debate with Peter Steinfels, the liberal Catholic religion editor of the New York Times, I was told the same thing. It happened to be election year in New York for the mayor, which often explains a lot, but this pattern recurs in other denominations and other states and cities, as well as in other countries. Across a wide swath of animist and Muslim Africa, young girls are subjected to the hell of circumcision and infibulation, which involves the slicing off of the labia and the clitoris, often with a sharp stone, and then the stitching up of the vaginal opening with strong twine, not to be removed until it is broken by male force on the bridal night. Compassion and biology allow for a small aperture to be left, meanwhile, for the passage of menstrual blood. The resulting stench, pain, humiliation, and misery exceed anything that can be easily imagined, and inevitably result in infection, sterility, shame, and the death of many women and babies in childbirth. No society would tolerate such an insult to its womanhood, and therefore to its survival, if the foul practice was not holy and sanctified. But then no New Yorker would permit atrocities against infants, if not for the same consideration. Parents professing to believe the nonsensical claims of Christian Science have been accused, but not always convicted, of denying urgent medical care to their offspring. Parents who imagine themselves to be Jehovah's Witnesses have refused permission for their children to receive blood transfusions. Parents who imagine that a man named Joseph Smith was led to a set of buried golden tablets have married their underage Mormon daughters to favoured uncles and brothers-in-law, who sometimes have older wives already. The Shia fundamentalists in Iran lowered the age of consent to 9, perhaps in admiring emulation of the age of the youngest wife of the Prophet Muhammad. Hindu child brides in India are flogged and sometimes burned alive if the pathetic dowry they bring is judged to be too small. The Vatican and its vast network of dioceses has in the past decade alone been forced to admit complicity in a huge racket of child rape and child torture, mainly but by no means exclusively homosexual, in which known pederasts and sadists were shielded from the law and reassigned to parishes where the pickings of the innocent and the defenceless were often richer. In Ireland alone, once an unquestioning disciple of Holy Mother Church, it is now estimated that the unmolested children of religious schools were very probably the minority. Now, religion professes a special role in the protection and instruction of children. Woe to him, says the Grand Inquisitor in Dostoevsky's The Brothers Karamazov, who harms a child. The New Testament has Jesus informing us that one so guilty would be better off at the bottom of the sea, and with a millstone around his neck at that. But both in theory and in practice, religion uses the innocent and the defenceless for the purposes of experiment. By all means let an observant Jewish adult male have his raw-cut penis placed in the mouth of a rabbi. That would be legal, at least in New York. By all means let grown women who distrust their clitoris or their labia have them sawn away by some other wretched adult female. By all means let Abraham offer to commit suicide to prove his devotion to the Lord, or his belief in the voices he was hearing in his head. By all means let devout parents deny themselves the succour of medicine when in acute pain and distress. By all means, for all I care, let a priest, sworn to celibacy, be a promiscuous homosexual. By all means, let a congregation that believes in whipping out the devil choose a new, grown-up sinner each week and lash him until he or she bleeds. By all means, let anyone who believes in creationism instruct his fellows during lunch breaks. But the conscription of the unprotected child for these purposes is something that even the most dedicated secularist can safely describe as a sin. In the city of Jerusalem there is a special ward in the mental hospital for those who represent a special danger to themselves and others. These deluded patients are the sufferers from the Jerusalem syndrome. Police and security officers are trained to recognize them, though their mania is often concealed behind a mask of deceptively beatific calm. They have come to the Holy City in order to announce themselves as the Messiah or Redeemer, or to proclaim the end of days. The connection between religious faith and mental disorder is, from the viewpoint of the tolerant and the multicultural, both very obvious and highly unmentionable. If someone murders his children and then says that God ordered him to do it, we might find him not guilty by reason of insanity, but he would be incarcerated nonetheless. If someone lives in a cave, claims to be seeing visions and experiencing prophetic dreams, we may leave him alone until he turns out to be planning, in a non-phantasmal way, the joy of suicide bombing. If someone announces himself to be God's anointed and begins stockpiling Kool-Aid and weapons and helping himself to the wives and daughters of his acolytes, we raise a bit more than a sceptical eyebrow. But if these things can be preached under the protection of an established religion, we are expected to take them at face value. All three monotheisms, just to take the most salient example, praise Abraham for being willing to hear voices, and then to take his son Isaac for a long and rather mad and gloomy walk. And then the caprice, by which his murderous hand is finally stayed, is written down as divine mercy. The relationship between physical health and mental health is now well understood to have a strong connection to the sexual function or dysfunction. Can it be a coincidence, then, that all religions claim the right to legislate in matters of sex? The principal way in which believers inflict pain on themselves, on each other, and on non-believers has always been their claim to monopoly in this sphere. Most religions, with the exception of the few cults that actually permit or encourage it, do not have to bother much with enforcing the taboo on incest. Like murder and theft, this is usually found to be abhorrent to humans without any further explanation. But merely to survey the history of sexual dread and proscription, as codified by religion, is to be met with a very disturbing connection between extreme prurience and extreme repression. Almost every sexual impulse has been made the occasion for prohibition, guilt, and shame. Manual sex, oral sex, anal sex, non-missionary position sex. To name it is to discover a fearsome ban upon it. Even in modern and hedonistic America, several states legally define sodomy as that which is not directed at face-to-face heterosexual procreation. This raises gigantic objections to the argument from design, whether we choose to call that design intelligent or not. Clearly, the human species is designed to experiment with sex. No less clearly, this fact is well known to the priesthoods. When Dr. Samuel Johnson had completed the first real dictionary of the English language, he was visited by a delegation of respectable old ladies who wished to congratulate him for not including any indecent words. His response, which was that he was interested to see that the ladies had been looking them up, contains almost all that needs to be said on this point. Orthodox Jews conduct congress by means of a hole in the sheet, and subject their women to ritual baths to cleanse the stain of menstruation. Muslims subject adulterers to public lashings with a whip. Christians used to lick their lips while examining women for signs of witchcraft. I need not go on in this vein. Any reader of this book will know of a vivid example, or will simply guess my meaning. A consistent proof that religion is man-made and anthropomorphic can also be found in the fact that it is usually man-made in the sense of masculine as well. The holy book in the longest continuous use, the Talmud, commands the observant one to thank his Maker every day that he was not born a woman. This raises again the insistent question: who but a slave thanks his master for what his master has decided to do without bothering to consult him? The Old Testament, as Christians condescendingly call it, has woman cloned from man for his use and comfort. The New Testament has St. Paul expressing both fear and contempt for the female. Throughout all religious texts there is a primitive fear that half the human race is simultaneously defiled and unclean, and yet is also a temptation to sin that it is impossible to resist. Perhaps this explains the hysterical cult of virginity and of a virgin, and the dread of the female form and of female reproductive functions. And there may be someone who can explain the sexual and other cruelties of the religious without any reference to the obsession with celibacy, but that someone will not be me. I simply laugh when I read the Quran with its endless prohibitions on sex and its corrupt promise of infinite debauchery in the life to come. It's like seeing through the let's pretend of a child, but without the indulgence that comes from watching the innocent at play. The homicidal lunatics, rehearsing to be genocidal lunatics, of 9/11 were perhaps tempted by virgins, but it is far more revolting to contemplate that, like so many of their fellow jihadists, they were virgins. Like monks of old, the fanatics are taken early from their families, taught to despise their mothers and sisters, and come to adulthood without ever having had a normal conversation, let alone a normal relationship with a woman. This is disease by definition. Christianity is too repressed to offer sex in paradise. Indeed, it has never been able to evolve a tempting heaven at all, but it has been lavish in its promise of sadistic and everlasting punishment for sexual backsliders, which is nearly as revealing in making the same point in a different way. A special subgenre of modern literature is the memoir of a man or woman who once underwent a religious education. The modern world is now sufficiently secular for some of these authors to attempt to be funny about what they underwent and what they were expected to believe. However, such books tend necessarily to be written by those with enough fortitude to have survived the experience. We have no way to quantify the damage done by telling tens of millions of children that masturbation will make them blind, or that impure thoughts will lead to an eternity of torment, or that members of other faiths, including members of their own families, will burn, or that venereal disease will result from kisses. Nor can we hope to quantify the damage done by holy instructors who rammed home these lies and accompanied them with floggings and rapes and public humiliations. Some of those who rest in unvisited tombs may have contributed to the good of the world, but those who preached hatred and fear and guilt, and who ruined innumerable childhoods, should have been thankful that the hell they preached was only one among their wicked falsifications, and that they were not sent to rot there. Violent, irrational, intolerant, allied to racism and tribalism and bigotry, invested in ignorance and hostile to free inquiry, contemptuous of women and coercive toward children, organized religion ought to have a great deal on its conscience. There is one more charge to be added to the bill of indictment. With a necessary part of its collective mind, religion looks forward to the destruction of the world. By this, I do not mean it looks forward in the purely eschatological sense of anticipating the end. I mean, rather, that it openly or covertly wishes that end to occur. Perhaps half aware that its unsupported arguments are not entirely persuasive, and perhaps uneasy about its own greedy accumulation of temporal power and wealth, religion has never ceased to proclaim the apocalypse and the day of judgment. This has been a constant trope ever since the first witch doctors and shamans learned to predict eclipses and to use their half-baked celestial knowledge to terrify the ignorant. It stretches from the epistles of St. Paul, who clearly thought and hoped that time was running out for humanity, through the deranged fantasies of the Book of Revelation, which were at least memorably written by the alleged St. John the Divine on the Greek island of Patmos, to the best-selling pulp fiction Left Behind series, which, ostensibly authored by Tim LaHaye and Jerry B. Jenkins, was apparently generated by the old expedient of letting two orangutans loose on a word processor. The blood continued to rise. Millions of birds flocked into the area and feasted on the remains, and the wine press was trampled outside the city, and blood came out of the wine press up to the horses' bridles for 1,600 furlongs. This is sheer manic relish, larded with half-quotations. More reflectively, but hardly less regrettably, it can be found in Julia Ward Howe's Battle Hymn of the Republic, which dwells on the same wine press, and in Robert Oppenheimer's murmur as he watched the first nuclear detonation at Alamogordo, New Mexico, and heard himself quoting the Hindu epic, the Bhagavad Gita. I am become death, the destroyer of worlds. One of the very many connections between religious belief and the sinister, spoiled, selfish childhood of our species is the repressed desire to see everything smashed up and ruined and brought to naught. This tantrum need is coupled with two other sorts of guilty joy, or, as the Germans say, Schadenfreude. First, one's own death is cancelled, or perhaps repaid or compensated, by the obliteration of all others. Second, it can always be egotistically hoped that one will be personally spared, gathered contentedly to the bosom of the mass exterminator, and from a safe place observe the sufferings of those less fortunate. Tertullian, one of the many church fathers who found it difficult to give a persuasive account of paradise, was perhaps clever in going for the lowest possible common denominator and promising that one of the most intense pleasures of the afterlife would be endless contemplation of the tortures of the damned. He spoke more truly than he knew in evoking the man-made character of faith. As in all cases, the findings of science are far more awe-inspiring than the rantings of the godly. The history of the cosmos begins, if we use the word time to mean anything at all, about 12 billion years ago. If we use the word time wrongly, we shall end up with the infantile computation of the celebrated Archbishop James Ussher of Armagh, who calculated that the Earth alone, mind you, not the cosmos, had its birthday on Saturday, October 22nd, in 4004 BC at 6 in the afternoon. This dating was endorsed by William Jennings Bryan, a former American Secretary of State and two-time Democratic presidential nominee, in courtroom testimony in the third decade of the 20th century. The true age of the Sun and its orbiting planets, one of them destined to harbour life and all the others doomed to lifelessness, is perhaps 4.5 billion years and subject to revision. This particular microscopic solar system most probably has at least that long again to run its fiery course. The life expectancy of our Sun is a solid 5 billion more years. However, mark your calendar, at around that point, it will emulate millions of other suns and explosively mutate into a swollen red giant, causing the Earth's oceans to boil and extinguishing all possibility of life in any form. No description by any prophet or visionary has even begun to picture the awful intensity and irrevocability of that moment. One has at least some pitiful self-centered reason not to fear undergoing it. On current projections, the biosphere will very probably have been destroyed by different and slower sorts of warming and heating in the meantime. As a species on Earth, according to many sanguine experts, we do not have many more eons ahead of us. With what contempt and suspicion, then, must one regard those who are not willing to wait, and who beguile themselves and terrify others, especially the children, as usual, with horrific visions of apocalypse, to be followed by stern judgment from the one who supposedly placed us in this inescapable dilemma to begin with. We may laugh now at the foam-flecked hell and damnation preachers who love to shrivel young souls with pornographic depictions of eternal torture. But this phenomenon has reappeared in a more troubling form with the holy alliance between the believers and what they can borrow or steal from the world of science. Here is Professor Pervez Hoodbhoy, a distinguished professor of nuclear and high-energy physics at the University of Islamabad in Pakistan, writing about the frightening mentality which prevails in his country, one of the world's first states to define its very nationality by religion. In a public debate on the eve of the Pakistani nuclear tests, the former chief of the Pakistani army, General Mirza Aslam Beg, said, "We can make a first strike, and a second and even a third." The prospect of nuclear war left him unmoved. "You can die crossing the street," he said, "or you could die in a nuclear war. You've got to die some day anyway." India and Pakistan are largely traditional societies where the fundamental belief structure demands disempowerment and surrender to larger forces. A fatalistic Hindu belief that the stars above determine our destiny, or the equivalent Muslim belief in Kismet, certainly account for part of the problem. I shall not disagree with the very brave Professor Hoodbhoy, who helped alert us to the fact that there were several secret bin Laden supporters among the bureaucrats of the Pakistani nuclear program, and who also exposed the wild fanatics within that system who hoped to harness the power of the mythical jinns, or desert devils, for military purposes. In his world, the enemies are mainly Muslims and Hindus. But within the Judeo-Christian world also, there are those who like to fantasize about a final conflict and embellish the vision with mushroom-shaped clouds. It is a tragic and potentially lethal irony that those who most despise science and the method of free inquiry should have been able to pilfer from it and annex its sophisticated products to their sick dreams. The death wish, or something not unlike it, may be secretly present in all of us. At the turn of the year 1999 into 2000, many educated people talked and published infinite nonsense about a series of possible calamities and dramas. This was no better than primitive numerology. In fact, it was slightly worse, in that 2000 was only a number on Christian calendars, and even the stoutest defenders of the Bible story now admit that if Jesus was ever born, it wasn't until at least AD 4. The occasion was nothing more than an odometer for idiots who sought the cheap thrill of impending doom. But religion makes such impulses legitimate and claims the right to officiate at the end of life, just as it hopes to monopolize children at life's beginning. There can be no doubt that the cult of death and the insistence upon portents of the end proceed from a surreptitious desire to see it happen and to put an end to the anxiety and doubt that always threaten the hold of faith. When the earthquake hits, or the tsunami inundates, or the Twin Towers ignite, you can see and hear the secret satisfaction of the faithful. Gleefully they strike up. You see, this is what happens when you don't listen to us. With an unctuous smile, they offer a redemption that is not theirs to bestow, and when questioned, put on the menacing scowl that says, "Oh, so you reject our offer of paradise? Well, in that case, we have quite another fate in store for you." Such love, such care. The element of the wish for obliteration can be seen without disguise in the millennial sects of our own day, who betray their selfishness as well as their nihilism by announcing how many will be saved from the ultimate catastrophe. Here, the extreme Protestants are almost as much at fault as the most hysterical Muslims. In 1844, one of the greatest American religious revivals occurred, led by a semi-literate lunatic named George Miller. Mr. Miller managed to crowd the mountaintops of America with credulous fools who, having sold their belongings cheap, became persuaded that the world would end on October 22nd of that year. They removed themselves to high ground. What difference did they expect that to make? Or to the roofs of their hovels? When the ultimate failed to arrive, Miller's choice of terms was highly suggestive. It was, he announced, the great disappointment. In our own time, Mr. Hal Lindsey, author of the best-selling The Late Great Planet Earth, has betrayed the same thirst for extinction. Indulged by senior American conservatives and respectfully interviewed on TV, Mr. Lindsey once dated the start of the Tribulation, a 7-year period of strife and terror, for 1988. That would have produced Armageddon itself, the closure of the tribulation, in 1995. Mr. Lindsay may be a charlatan, but it is a certainty that he and his followers suffer from a persistent feeling of anticlimax. Antibodies to fatalism and suicide and masochism do exist, however, and are just as innate in our species. There is a celebrated story from Puritan Massachusetts in the late 18th century. During a session of the state legislature, the sky suddenly became leaden and overcast at midday. Its threatening aspect, a darkness at noon, convinced many legislators that the event so much on their clouded minds was imminent. They asked to suspend business and to go home to die. The Speaker of the Assembly, Abraham Davenport, managed to keep his nerve and dignity. "Gentlemen," he said, "either the day of judgment is here, or it is not. If it is not, there is no occasion for alarm and lamentation. If it is, however, I wish to be found doing my duty. I move, therefore, that candles be brought." In his own limited and superstitious day, this was the best that Mr. Davenport could do. Faith of that sort, the sort that can stand up at least for a while in a confrontation with reason, is now plainly impossible. The early fathers of faith, they made very sure there'd be no mothers, were living in a time of abysmal ignorance and fear. Maimonides did not include in his Guide to the Perplexed those whom he described as not worth the effort, the Turkish and black and nomadic peoples whose nature is like the nature of mute animals. Aquinas half believed in astrology and was convinced that the fully formed nucleus, not that he would have known the word as we do, of a human being was contained inside each individual sperm. One can only mourn over the dismal and stupid lectures on sexual continence that we might have been spared if this nonsense had been exposed earlier than it was. Augustine was a self-centered fantasist and an earth-centered ignoramus. He was guiltily convinced that God cared about his trivial theft from some unimportant pear trees, and quite persuaded, by an analogous solipsism, that the sun revolved around the earth. He also fabricated the mad and cruel idea that the souls of unbaptized children were sent to limbo. Who can guess the load of misery that this diseased theory has placed on millions of Catholic parents down the years, until its shamefaced and only partial revision by the Church in our own time? Luther was terrified of demons and believed that the mentally afflicted were the devil's work. Muhammad is claimed by his own followers to have thought, as did Jesus, that the desert was pullulating with jinns or evil spirits. One must state it plainly. Religion comes from the period of human prehistory when nobody, not even the mighty Democritus, who concluded that all matter was made from atoms, had the smallest idea what was going on. It comes from the bawling and fearful infancy of our species and is a babyish attempt to meet our inescapable demand for knowledge, as well as for comfort, reassurance, and other infantile needs. Today, the least educated of my children knows much more about the natural order than any of the founders of religion, and one would like to think, though the connection is not a fully demonstrable one, that this is why they seem so uninterested in sending fellow humans to hell. All attempts to reconcile faith with science and reason are consigned to failure and ridicule for precisely these reasons. I read, for example, of some ecumenical conference of Christians who desire to show their broad-mindedness and invite some physicists along, but I am compelled to remember what I know, which is that there would be no such churches in the first place if humanity had not been afraid of the weather, the dark, the plague, the eclipse, and all manner of other things now easily explicable, and also if humanity had not been compelled, on pain of extremely agonizing consequences, to pay the exorbitant tithes and taxes that raised the imposing edifices of religion. It is true that scientists have sometimes been religious or at any rate superstitious. Sir Isaac Newton, for example, was a spiritualist and alchemist of a particularly laughable kind. Fred Hoyle, an ex-agnostic who became infatuated with the idea of design, was the Cambridge astronomer who coined the term Big Bang. He came up with that silly phrase, incidentally, as an attempt to discredit what is now the accepted theory of the origins of the universe. This was one of those lampoons that, so to speak, backfired, since, like Tory and Impressionist and Suffragette, it became adopted by those at whom it was directed. Stephen Hawking is not a believer, and when invited to Rome to meet the late Pope John Paul II, asked to be shown the records of the trial of Galileo. But even he can speak without embarrassment of the chance of physics knowing the mind of God. And this now seems quite harmless as a metaphor, as for example when the Beach Boys sing, or I say, God only knows. Before Charles Darwin revolutionized our entire concept of our origins, and Albert Einstein did the same for the beginnings of our cosmos, many scientists and philosophers and mathematicians took what might be called the default position and professed one or other version of deism, which held that the order and predictability of the universe seemed indeed to imply a designer, if not necessarily a designer, who took any active part in human affairs. This compromise was a logical and rational one for its time, and was especially influential among the Philadelphia and Virginia intellectuals, such as Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Jefferson, who managed to seize a moment of crisis and use it to enshrine Enlightenment values in the founding documents of the United States of America. Yet, as St. Paul so unforgettably said, when one is a child, one speaks and thinks as a child, but when one becomes a man, one puts away childish things. It is not quite possible to locate the exact moment when men of learning stopped spinning the coin, as between a creator and a long complex process, or ceased trying to split the deistic difference, but humanity began to grow up a little in the closing decades of the 18th century and the opening decades of the 19th. Charles Darwin was born in 1809, on the very same day as Abraham Lincoln, and there is no doubt as to which of them has proved to be the greater emancipator. If one had to emulate the foolishness of Archbishop Usher and try to come up with the exact date on which the conceptual coin came down solidly on one side, it would be the moment when Pierre-Simon de Laplace was invited to meet Napoleon Bonaparte. Laplace, born in 1749 and dying in 1827, was the brilliant French scientist who took the work of Newton a stage further and showed by means of mathematical calculus how the operations of the solar system were those of bodies revolving systematically in a vacuum. When he later turned his attention to the stars and the nebulae, he postulated the idea of gravitational collapse and implosion, or what we now breezily term the black hole. In a 5-volume book entitled Celestial Mechanics, he laid all this out, and like many men of his time was also intrigued by the orrery, a working model of the solar system as seen, for the first time, from the outside. These are now commonplace, but were then revolutionary, and the Emperor asked to meet Laplace in order to be given either a set of the books or, accounts differ, a version of the orrery. I personally suspect that the gravedigger of the French Revolution wanted the toy rather than the volumes. He was a man in a hurry, and had managed to get the Church to baptize his dictatorship with a crown. At any event, and in his childish and demanding and imperious fashion, he wanted to know why the figure of God did not appear in Laplace's mind-expanding calculations, and there came the cool, lofty, and considered response. Je n'ai pas besoin de cette hypothèse. Laplace was to become a marquis, and could perhaps more modestly have said, "It works well enough without that idea, Your Majesty," but he simply stated that he did not need it. And neither do we. The decay and collapse and discredit of God-worship does not begin at any dramatic moment, such as Nietzsche's histrionic and self-contradictory pronouncement that God was dead. Nietzsche could no more have known this, or made the assumption that God had ever been alive, than a priest or witch-doctor could ever declare that he knew God's will. Rather, the end of God-worship discloses itself at the moment, which is somewhat more gradually revealed, when it becomes optional, or only one among many possible beliefs. For the greater part of human existence, it must always be stressed, this option did not really exist. We know from the many fragments of their burned and mutilated texts and confessions that there were always human beings who were unconvinced. But from the time of Socrates, who was condemned to death for spreading unwholesome skepticism, it was considered ill-advised to emulate his example. And for billions of people down the ages, the question simply did not come up. The votaries of Baron Samedi in Haiti enjoyed the same monopoly, founded upon the same brute coercion, as did those of John Calvin in Geneva or Massachusetts. I select these examples because they are yesterday in terms of human time. Many religions now come before us with ingratiating smirks and outspread hands, like an unctuous merchant in a bazaar. They offer consolation and solidarity and uplift, competing as they do in a marketplace. But we have a right to remember how barbarically they behaved when they were strong and were making an offer that people could not refuse. And if we chance to forget what that must have been like, we have only to look to those states and societies where the clergy still has the power to dictate its own terms. The pathetic vestiges of this can still be seen in modern societies in the efforts made by religion to secure control over education, or to exempt itself from tax, or to pass laws forbidding people to insult its omnipotent and omniscient deity, or even his prophet. In our new semi-secular and mediocre condition, even the religious will speak with embarrassment of the time when theologians would dispute over futile propositions with fanatical intensity, measuring the length of angels' wings, for example, or debating how many such mythical creatures could dance on the head of a pin. Of course, it's horrifying to remember how many people were tortured and killed, and how many sources of knowledge fed to the flames in bogus arguments over the Trinity, or the Muslim Hadith, or the arrival of a false Messiah. But it is better for us not to fall into relativism, or what E.P. Thompson called the enormous condescension of posterity. The scholastic obsessives of the Middle Ages were doing the best they could on the basis of hopelessly limited information, ever-present fear of death and judgment, very low life expectancy, and an audience of illiterates. Living in often genuine fear of the consequences of error, they exerted their minds to the fullest extent then possible and evolved quite impressive systems of logic and the dialectic. It is not the fault of men like Peter Abelard if they had to work with bits and pieces of Aristotle, many of whose writings were lost when the Christian emperor Justinian closed the schools of philosophy, but were preserved in Arabic translation in Baghdad and then retransmitted to a benighted Christian Europe by way of Jewish and Muslim Andalusia. When they got hold of the material and reluctantly conceded that there had been intelligent discussion of ethics and morality before the supposed advent of Jesus, they tried their hardest to square a circle. We have nothing much to learn from what they thought, but a great deal to learn from how they thought. One medieval philosopher and theologian who continues to speak eloquently across the ages is William Ockham, sometimes known as William of Ockham, and presumably named after his native village in Surrey, England, that still boasts the name. He was born on a date unknown to us and died probably in great agony and fear, and probably of the horrific Black Death, in Munich in 1349. He was a Franciscan, in other words an acolyte, of the aforementioned mammal who was said to have preached to birds, and thus conditioned to a radical approach to poverty, which brought him into collision with the papacy in Avignon in 1324. The quarrel between the papacy and the emperor over secular and ecclesiastical division of powers is irrelevant to us now, since both sides ultimately lost, but Ockham was forced to seek even the emperor's protection in face of the worldliness of the pope. Faced with charges of heresy and the threat of excommunication, he had the fortitude to respond that the pope himself was the heretic. Nonetheless, and because he always argued within the enclosed frame of Christian reference, he is admitted even by the most orthodox Christian authorities to have been an original and courageous thinker. He was interested, for example, in the stars. He knew far less about the nebulae than we do, or than Laplace did. In fact, he knew nothing about them at all. But he employed them for an interesting speculation. Assuming that God can make us feel the presence of a non-existent entity, and further assuming that he need not go to this trouble if the same effect can be produced in us by the actual presence of that entity, God could still, if he wished, cause us to believe in the existence of stars without their being actually present. Every effect which God causes, through the mediation of a secondary cause, he can produce immediately by himself. However, this does not mean that we must believe in anything absurd, since God cannot cause in us knowledge such that by it a thing is seen evidently to be present, though it is absent, for that involves a contradiction. Before you begin to drum your fingers at the huge tautology that impends here, as it does in so much theology and theodicy, consider what Father Copleston, the eminent Jesuit, has to say in commentary. If God had annihilated the stars, he could still cause in us the act of seeing what had once been, so far as the act is considered subjectively, just as he could give us a vision of what will be in the future. Either act would be an immediate apprehension, in the first case of what has been, and in the second case of what will be. This is actually very impressive, and not just for its time. It has taken us several hundred years since Ockham to come to the realization that when we gaze up at the stars, we very often are seeing light from distant bodies that have long since ceased to exist. It doesn't particularly matter that the right to look through telescopes and speculate about the result was obstructed by the Church. This is not Ockham's fault, and there is no general law that obliges the Church to be that stupid. And moving from the unimaginable interstellar past, which sends light across distances that overwhelm our brains, we have come to the realization that we also know something about the future of our system, including the rate of its expansion and the notion of its eventual terminus. However, and crucially, we can now do this while dropping, or even if you insist, retaining, the idea of a God. But in either case, the theory works without that assumption. You can believe in a divine mover, if you choose, but it makes no difference at all, and belief among astronomers and physicists has become private and fairly rare. It was actually Occam who prepared our minds for this unwelcome, to him, conclusion. He devised a principle of economy, popularly known as Occam's razor, which relied for its effect on disposing of unnecessary assumptions and accepting the first sufficient explanation or cause. Do not multiply entities beyond necessity. This principle extends itself. Everything which is explained through positing something different from the act of understanding, he wrote, can be explained without positing such a distinct thing. He was not afraid to follow his own logic, wherever it might take him, and anticipated the coming of true science when he agreed that it was possible to know the nature of created things without any reference to their creator. Indeed, Occam stated that it cannot be strictly proved that God, if defined as a being who possesses the qualities of supremacy, perfection, uniqueness, and infinity, exists at all. However, if one intends to identify a first cause of the existence of the world, one may choose to call that God, even if one does not know the precise nature of the first cause. And even the first cause has its difficulties, since a cause will itself need another cause. It is difficult or impossible, he wrote, to prove against the philosophers that there cannot be an infinite regress in causes of the same kind, of which one can exist without the other. Thus the postulate of a designer or creator only raises the unanswerable question of who designed the designer or created the creator. Religion and theology and theodicy, this is now me talking and not Occam, have consistently failed to overcome this objection. Occam himself simply had to fall back on the hopeless position that the existence of God can only be demonstrated by faith. Credo quia absurdum, as the church father Tertullian put it, either disarmingly or annoyingly, according to your taste. I believe it because it is absurd. It is impossible to quarrel seriously with such a view. If one must have faith in order to believe something, or believe in something, then the likelihood of that something having any truth or value is considerably diminished. The harder work of inquiry, proof, and demonstration is infinitely more rewarding, and has confronted us with findings far more miraculous and transcendent than any theology. Actually, the leap of faith, to give it the memorable name that Søren Kierkegaard bestowed upon it, is an imposture. As he himself pointed out, it is not a leap that can be made once and for all. It is a leap that has to go on and on being performed in spite of mounting evidence to the contrary. This effort is actually too much for the human mind, and leads to delusions and manias. Religion understands perfectly well that the leap is subject to sharply diminishing returns, which is why it often doesn't in fact rely on faith at all, but instead corrupts faith and insults reason by offering evidence and pointing to confected proofs. This evidence and these proofs include arguments from design, revelations, punishments, and miracles. Now that religion's monopoly has been broken, it is within the compass of any human being to see these evidences and proofs as the feeble-minded inventions that they are. All my moral and intellectual being is penetrated by an invincible conviction that whatever falls under the dominion of our senses must be in nature and, however exceptional, cannot differ in its essence from all the other effects of the visible and tangible world of which we are a self-conscious part. The world of the living contains enough marvels and mysteries as it is, marvels and mysteries acting upon our emotions and intelligence in ways so inexplicable that it would almost justify the conception of life as an enchanted state. No, I am too firm in my consciousness of the marvellous to be ever fascinated by the mere supernatural, which, take it any way you like, is but a manufactured article, the fabrication of minds insensitive to the intimate delicacies of our relation to the dead and to the living in their countless multitudes, a desecration of our tenderest memories, an outrage on our dignity. Joseph Conrad, author's note to The Shadow Line. There is a central paradox at the core of religion. The three great monotheisms teach people to think abjectly of themselves, as miserable and guilty sinners prostrate before an angry and jealous God who, according to discrepant accounts, fashioned them either out of dust and clay or a clot of blood. The positions for prayer are usually emulations of the supplicant serf before an ill-tempered monarch. The message is one of continual submission, gratitude, and fear. Life itself is a poor thing, an interval in which to prepare for the hereafter, or for the coming or second coming of the Messiah. On the other hand, and as if by way of compensation, religion teaches people to be extremely self-centered and conceited. It assures them that God cares for them individually, and it claims that the cosmos was created with them specifically in mind. This explains the supercilious expression on the faces of those who practice religion ostentatiously. Pray excuse my modesty and humility, but I happen to be busy on an errand for God. Since human beings are naturally solipsistic, all forms of superstition enjoy what might be called a natural advantage. In the United States, we exert ourselves to improve high-rise buildings and high-speed jet aircraft, and then pathetically refuse to give them floors or row numbers that carry the unimportant number 13. I know that Pythagoras refuted astrology by the simple means of pointing out that identical twins do not have the same future. I further know that the zodiac was drawn up long before several of the planets in our solar system had been detected, and of course I understand that I could not be shown my immediate or long-term future without this disclosure altering the outcome. Thousands of people consult their stars in the newspapers every day and then have unpredicted heart attacks or traffic accidents. An astrologer, on a London tabloid, was once fired by means of a letter from his editor which began, "As you will no doubt have foreseen." In his Minima Moralia, Theodor Adorno identified the interest in stargazing as the consummation of feeble-mindedness. However, happening to glance at the projected situation for Aries one morning, as I once did, to be told that a member of the opposite sex is interested and will show it, I found it hard to suppress a tiny surge of idiotic excitement, which in my memory has outlived the later disappointment. Then again, every time I leave my apartment, there is no sign of a bus, whereas every time I return to it, a bus is just drawing up. In bad moods I mutter, "just my luck" to myself, even though part of my small 2 or 3 pound brain reminds me that the mass transit schedule of Washington, D.C. is drawn up and implemented without any reference to my movements. So why should I not be tempted to overrule W. H. Auden and believe that the firmament is in some mysterious way ordered for my benefit? Or, coming down by a few orders of magnitude, that fluctuations in my personal fortunes are of absorbing interest to a supreme being? One of the many faults in my design is my propensity to believe or to wish this, and though, like many people, I have enough education to see through the fallacy, I have to admit that it is innate. In Sri Lanka once, I was travelling in a car with a group of Tamils on a relief expedition to a Tamil area of the coastline that had been hard hit by a cyclone. My companions were all members of the Sai Baba sect, which is very strong in South India and Sri Lanka. Sai Baba himself has claimed to raise the dead and makes a special on-camera performance of producing holy ash from his bare palms. Why ash, I used to wonder. Anyway, the trip began with my friends breaking some coconuts on a rock to ensure a safe journey. This evidently did not work because halfway across the island, our driver ploughed straight into a man who staggered out in front of us as we were racing too fast through a village. The man was horribly injured and, this being a Sinhala village, the crowd that instantly gathered was not well disposed to these Tamil intruders. It was a very sticky situation, but I was able to defuse it somewhat by being an Englishman wearing an off-white Graham-Greene type suit and by having press credentials that had been issued by the London Metropolitan Police. This impressed the local cop enough to have us temporarily released, and my companions, who had been very scared indeed, were more than grateful for my presence and for my ability to talk fast. In fact, they telephoned their cult headquarters to announce that Sai Baba himself had been with us, in the temporary shape of my own person. From then on I was treated literally with reverence, and not allowed to carry anything or fetch my own food. It did occur to me meanwhile to check on the man we had run over. He had died of his injuries in hospital. I wonder what his horoscope had foreshadowed for that day. Thus in miniature I saw how one mere human mammal, myself, can suddenly begin to attract shy glances of awe and wonder, and how another human mammal, our luckless victim, could be somehow irrelevant to Sai Baba's benign design. "There but for the grace of God," said John Bradford in the 16th century, on seeing wretches led to execution, "go I." What this apparently compassionate observation really means, not that it really means anything, is, there by the grace of God goes someone else. As I was writing this chapter, a heart-stopping accident took place in a coal mine in West Virginia. 13 miners survived the explosion, but were trapped underground, compelling the nation's attention for a whole fraught news cycle until with huge relief it was announced that they had been located safe and sound. These glad tidings turned out to be premature, which was an impossible additional anguish for the families, who had already begun celebrating and giving thanks before discovering that all but one of their menfolk had suffocated under the rock. It was also an embarrassment to the newspapers and news bulletins that had rushed out too soon with the false consolation. And can you guess what the headline on those newspapers and bulletins had been? Of course you can. Miracle, with or without the exclamation point, was the invariable choice, surviving mockingly in print and in the memory to intensify the grief of the relatives. There doesn't seem to be a word to describe the absence of divine intervention in this case. But the human wish to credit good things as miraculous and to charge bad things to another account is apparently universal. In England, the monarch is the hereditary head of the church as well as the hereditary head of the state. William Cobbett once pointed out that the English themselves colluded in this servile absurdity by referring to the royal mint but the national debt. Religion plays the same trick and in the same way and before our very eyes. On my first visit to the Sacré-Cœur in Montmartre, a church that was built to celebrate the deliverance of Paris from the Prussians and the Commune of 1870 to 1871, I saw a panel in bronze which showed the exact pattern in which a shower of Allied bombs, dropped in 1944, had missed the church and burst in the adjoining neighbourhood. Given this overwhelming tendency to stupidity and selfishness in myself and among our species, it is somewhat surprising to find the light of reason penetrating at all. The brilliant Schiller was wrong in his Joan of Arc when he said that, against stupidity the gods themselves contend in vain. It is actually by means of the gods that we make our stupidity and gullibility into something ineffable. The design arguments which are products of this same solipsism take two forms, the macro and the micro. They were most famously summarized by William Paley, whose dates are 1743 to 1805, in his book Natural Philosophy. Here we encounter the homespun example of the primitive human who stumbles across a ticking watch. He may not know what it is for, but he can discern that it is not a rock or a vegetable, and that it has been manufactured, and even manufactured for some purpose. Paley wanted to extend this analogy both to nature and to man. His complacency and wrong-headedness are well caught by J.G. Farrell in his portrait of a Paley-trained Victorian divine in The Siege of Krishnapur. How do you explain the subtle mechanism of the eye, infinitely more complex than the mere telescope that miserable humanity has been able to invent? How do you explain the eel's eye, which might be damaged by burrowing into mud and stones, and is therefore protected by a transparent horny covering? How is it that the iris of a fish's eye does not contract? Ah, poor misguided youth, it is because the fish's eye has been designed by him who is above all, to suit the dim light in which the fish makes his watery dwelling. How do you explain the Indian hog? He cried. How do you account for its two bent teeth, more than a yard long, growing upwards from its upper jaw? To defend itself? No, young man, it has two tusks for that purpose, issuing from the lower jaw like those of a common boar. No, the answer is that the animal sleeps standing up, and, in order to support its head, it hooks its upper tusks on the branches of the trees, for the designer of the world has given thought even to the hog's slumbers. Paley did not bother to explain how the designer of the world came to command so many of his human creatures to treat the said hog as if it were a demon or a leper. In fact, surveying the natural order, John Stuart Mill was far nearer the mark when he wrote, "If a tenth part of the pains taken in finding signs of an all-powerful benevolent God had been employed in collecting evidence to blacken the Creator's character, what scope would not have been found in the animal kingdom? It is divided into devourers and devoured, most creatures being lavishly fitted with instruments to torment their prey." Now that the courts have protected Americans, at least for the moment, from the inculcation of compulsory creationist stupidity in the classroom, we can echo that other great Victorian Lord Macaulay and say that every schoolchild knows that Paley had put his creaking, leaking cart in front of his wheezing and broken-down old horse. Fish do not have fins because they need them for the water, any more than birds are equipped with wings so that they can meet the dictionary definition of an avian. Apart from anything else, there are too many flightless species of birds. It is exactly the other way about, a process of adaptation and selection. Let no one doubt the power of the original illusion. Whittaker Chambers, in his seismic book Witness, recounts the first moment when he abandoned historical materialism, mentally deserted the communist cause, and embarked on the career which would undo Stalinism in America. It was on the morning when he glimpsed the ear of his baby daughter. The pretty walls and folds of this external organ persuaded him, in a flash of revelation, that no coincidence could have created it. A fleshly flap of such utter beauty must be divine. Well, I too have marvelled at the sweet little ears of my female offspring, but never without noticing that A, they always need a bit of a clean-out, B, that they look mass-produced even when set against the inferior ears of other people's daughters, C, that as people get older their ears look more and more absurd from behind, and D, that much lower animals, such as cats and bats, have much more fascinating and lovely and more potent ears. To echo Laplace, in fact, I would say that there are many, many persuasive arguments against Stalin worship, but that the anti-Stalin case is fully valid without Mr. Chambers's ear-flap-based assumption. Ears are predictable and uniform, and their flaps are every bit as adorable when the child has been born stone-deaf. The same is not true in the same sense of the universe. Here there are anomalies and mysteries and imperfections, to use the most minimal terms, that do not even show adaptation, let alone selection. Thomas Jefferson in old age was fond of the analogy of the timepiece in his own case, and would write to friends who inquired after his health that the odd spring was breaking and the occasional wheel wearing out. This, of course, raises the uncomfortable, for believers, idea of the built-in fault that no repairman can fix. Should this be counted as part of the design as well? As usual, those who take the credit for the one will fall silent and start shuffling when it comes to the other side of the ledger. But when it comes to the whirling, howling wilderness of outer space, with its red giants and white dwarfs and black holes, its titanic explosions and extinctions, we can only dimly and shiveringly conclude that the design hasn't been imposed quite yet, and wonder if this is how dinosaurs felt when the meteors came smashing through the Earth's atmosphere and put an end to the pointless, bellowing rivalry across primeval swamps. Even what was first known about the comparatively consoling symmetry of the solar system, with its nonetheless evident tendency to instability and entropy, upset Sir Isaac Newton enough to make him propose that God intervened every now and then to put the orbits back on an even keel. This exposed him to teasing from Leibniz, who asked why God couldn't have got it working right the first time around. It is indeed only because of the frightening emptiness elsewhere that we are bound to be impressed by the apparently unique and beautiful conditions that have allowed intelligent life to occur on Earth. But then, vain as we are, we would be impressed, wouldn't we? This vanity allows us to overlook the implacable fact that, of the other bodies in our own solar system alone, the rest are all either far too cold to support anything recognizable as life, or far too hot. The same, as it happens, is true of our own blue and rounded planetary home, where heat contends with cold to make large tracts of it into useless wasteland, and where we have come to learn that we live, and have always lived, on a climatic knife edge. Meanwhile, the sun is getting ready to explode and devour its dependent planets like some jealous chief or tribal deity. Some design. So much for the macro dimension. What of the micro? Ever since they were forced to take part in this argument, which they were with great reluctance, the religious have tried to echo Hamlet's admonition to Horatio that there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamed of by mere humans. Our side willingly concedes this point. We are prepared for discoveries in the future that will stagger our faculties even more than the vast advances in knowledge that have come to us since Darwin and Einstein. However, these discoveries will come to us in the same way, by means of patient and scrupulous, and this time we hope unfettered, inquiry. In the meanwhile, we also have to improve our minds by the laborious exercise of refuting the latest foolishness contrived by the faithful. When the bones of prehistoric animals began to be discovered and scrutinized in the 19th century, there were those who said that the fossils had been placed in the rock by God in order to test our faith. This cannot be disproved. Nor can my own pet theory that, from the patterns of behavior that are observable, we may infer a design that makes planet Earth, all unknown to us, a prison colony and lunatic asylum that is employed as a dumping ground by far-off and superior civilizations. However, I was educated by Sir Karl Popper to believe that a theory that is unfalsifiable is to that extent a weak one. Now we are being told that astonishing features such as the human eye cannot be the result of, so to speak, blind chance. As it happens, the design faction have chosen an example that could not be bettered. We now know a great deal about the eye, and about which creatures have it and which do not, and why. I must here for a moment give way to my friend Dr. Michael Shermer. Evolution also posits that modern organisms should show a variety of structures from simple to complex, reflecting an evolutionary history rather than an instantaneous creation. The human eye, for example, is the result of a long and complex pathway that goes back hundreds of millions of years. Initially a simple eye spot with a handful of light-sensitive cells that provided information to the organism about an important source of the light, it developed into a recessed eye spot, where a small surface indentation filled with light-sensitive cells provided additional data on the direction of light. Then into a deep recession eye spot, where additional cells at greater depth provide more accurate information about the environment, then into a pinhole camera eye that is able to focus an image on the back of a deeply recessed layer of light-sensitive cells, then into a pinhole lens eye that is able to focus the image, then into a complex eye, found in such modern mammals as humans. All the intermediate stages of this process have been located in other creatures, and sophisticated computer models have been developed which have tested the theory and shown that it actually works. There is a further proof of the evolution of the eye, as Sharma points out. This is the ineptitude of its design. The anatomy of the human eye, in fact, shows anything but intelligence in its design. It is built upside down and backwards, requiring photons of light to travel through the cornea, lens, aqueous fluid, blood vessels, ganglion cells, amacrine cells, horizontal cells, and bipolar cells before they reach the light-sensitive rods and cones that transduce the light signal into neural impulses, which are then sent to the visual cortex at the back of the brain for processing into meaningful patterns. For optimal vision, why would an intelligent designer have built an eye upside down and backwards? It is because we evolved from sightless bacteria, now found to share our DNA, that we are so myopic. These are the same ill-designed optics, complete with deliberately designed retinal blind spot, through which earlier humans claimed to have seen miracles with their own eyes. The problem in those cases was located elsewhere in the cortex, but we must never forget Charles Darwin's injunction that even the most highly evolved of us will continue to carry the indelible stamp of their lowly origin. I would add to Shermer that though it is true we are the highest and smartest animals, ospreys have eyes we have calculated to be 60 times more powerful and sophisticated than our own, and that blindness, often caused by microscopic parasites that are themselves miracles of ingenuity, is one of the oldest and most tragic disorders known to man. And why award the superior eye, or, in the case of the cat or bat, also the ear, to the inferior species? The osprey can swoop accurately on a fast-moving fish that it has detected underwater from many, many feet above, all the while manoeuvring with its extraordinary wings. Ospreys have almost been exterminated by man, while you yourself can be born as blind as a worm and still become a pious and observant Methodist, for example. To suppose that the eye, wrote Charles Darwin, with all its inimitable contrivances for adjusting the focus to different distances, for admitting different amounts of light, and for the correction of spherical and chromatic aberration, could have been formed by natural selection seems, I freely confess, absurd in the highest possible degree. He wrote this in an essay entitled Organs of Extreme Perfection and Complication. Since that time, the evolution of the eye has become almost a separate department of study. And why should it not? It is immensely fascinating and rewarding to know that at least 40 different sets of eyes, and possibly 60 different sets, have evolved in quite distinct and parallel, if comparable, ways. Dr. Daniel Nielsen, perhaps the foremost authority on the subject, has found, among other things, that 3 entirely different groups of fish have independently developed 4 eyes. One of these sea creatures, Bathylicnops exilis, possesses a pair of eyes that look outward, and another pair of eyes, set in the wall of the main 2, that direct their gaze straight downward. This would be an encumbrance to most animals, but it has some obvious advantages for an aquatic one. And it is highly important to notice that the embryological development of the second set of eyes is not a copy or a miniature of the first set, but an entirely different evolution. As Dr. Nielsen puts it in a letter to Richard Dawkins, this species has reinvented the lens despite the fact that it already had one. It serves as a good support for the view that lenses are not difficult to evolve. A creative deity, of course, would have been more likely to double the complement of optics in the first place, which would have left us with nothing to wonder about or to discover. Or, as Darwin went on to say in the same essay, when it was first said that the sun stood still and the world turned round, the common sense of mankind declared the doctrine false. But the old saying of vox populi vox dei, as every philosopher knows, cannot be trusted in science. Reason tells me that, if numerous gradations from an imperfect and simple eye to one perfect and complex, each grade being useful to its possessor, can be shown to exist, as is certainly the case, if, further, the eye ever slightly varies, and the variations be inherited, as is likewise certainly the case, and if such variations should ever be useful to any animal under changing conditions of life, then the difficulty of believing that a perfect and complex eye could be formed by natural selection, though insuperable by our imagination, cannot be considered real. We may smile slightly when we notice that Darwin wrote of the sun standing still and when we notice that he spoke of the eye's perfection, but only because we are fortunate enough to know more than he did. What is worth noting and retaining is his proper use of the sense of what is wondrous. The real miracle is that we, who share genes with the original bacteria that began life on the planet, have evolved as much as we have. Other creatures did not develop eyes at all, or developed extremely weak ones. There is an intriguing paradox here. Evolution does not have eyes, but it can create them. The brilliant Professor Francis Crick, one of the discoverers of the double helix, had a colleague named Leslie Orgel who encapsulated this paradox more elegantly than I can. Evolution, he said, is smarter than you are. But this compliment to the intelligence of natural selection is not by any means a concession to the stupid notion of intelligent design. Some of the results are extremely impressive, as we are bound to think in our own case. What a piece of work is a man, as Hamlet exclaims, before going on to contradict himself somewhat by describing the result as a quintessence of dust, both statements having the merit of being true. But the process by which the results are attained is slow and infinitely laborious, and has given us a DNA string which is crowded with useless junk and which has much in common with much lower creatures. The stamp of the lowly origin is to be found in our appendix, in the now needless coat of hair that we still grow and then shed after 5 months in the womb, in our easily worn-out knees, our vestigial tails, and the many caprices of our urinogenital arrangements. Why do people keep saying God is in the details? He isn't in ours, unless his yokel creationist fans wish to take credit for his clumsiness, failure, and incompetence. Those who have yielded, not without a struggle, to the overwhelming evidence of evolution are now trying to award themselves a medal for their own acceptance of defeat. The very magnificence and variety of the process, they now wish to say, argues for a directing and originating mind. In this way they choose to make a fumbling fool of their pretended God, and make him out to be a tinkerer, an approximator, and a blunderer, who took eons of time to fashion a few serviceable figures, and heaped up a junkyard of failure and scrap meanwhile. Have they no more respect for the deity than that? They unwisely say that evolutionary biology is only a theory, which betrays their ignorance of the meaning of the word theory as well as of the meaning of the word design. A theory is something evolved, if you forgive the expression, to fit the known facts. It is a successful theory if it survives the introduction of hitherto unknown facts, and it becomes an accepted theory if it can make accurate predictions about things or events that have not yet been discovered or have not yet occurred. This can take time and is also subject to a version of Occam's procedure. Pharaonic astronomers in Egypt could predict eclipses, even though they believed the Earth to be flat. It just took them a great deal more unnecessary work. Einstein's prediction of the precise angular deflection of starlight due to gravity, verified during an eclipse off the west coast of Africa that occurred in 1913, was more elegant and was held to vindicate his theory of relativity. There are many disputes between evolutionists as to how the complex process occurred, and indeed as to how it began. Francis Crick even allowed himself to flirt with the theory that life was inseminated on Earth by bacteria spread from a passing comet. However, all these disputes, when or if they are resolved, will be resolved by using the scientific and experimental methods that have proven themselves so far. By contrast, creationism, or intelligent design, its only cleverness being found in this underhanded rebranding of itself, is not even a theory. In all its well-financed propaganda, it has never even attempted to show how one single piece of the natural world is explained better by design than by evolutionary competition. Instead, it dissolves into puerile tautology. One of the creationists' questionnaires purports to be a yes-no interrogation of the following. Do you know of any building that didn't have a builder? Do you know of any painting that didn't have a painter? Do you know of any car that didn't have a maker? If you answered yes for any of the above, give details. We know the answer in all cases. These were painstaking inventions, also by trial and error, of mankind, and were the work of many hands and are still evolving. This is what makes piffle out of the ignorant creationist sneer, which compares evolution to a whirlwind blowing through a junkyard of parts and coming up with a jumbo jet. For a start, there are no parts lying around waiting to be assembled. For another thing, the process of acquisition and discarding of parts, most especially wings, is as far from a whirlwind as could conceivably be. The time involved is more like that of a glacier than a storm. For still another thing, jumbo jets are not riddled with non-working or superfluous parts lamely inherited from less successful aircraft. Why have we agreed so easily to call this exploded old non-theory by its cunningly chosen new disguise of intelligent design? There's nothing at all intelligent about it. It is the same old mumbo-jumbo, or in this instance, jumbo-mumbo. Airplanes are, in their human-designed way, evolving, and so, in a quite different way, are we. In early April 2006, a long study at the University of Oregon was published in the journal Science. Based on the reconstruction of ancient genes from extinct animals, the researchers were able to show how the non-theory of irreducible complexity is a joke. Protein molecules, they found, slowly employed trial and error, reusing and modifying existing parts to act in a key and lock manner and switch discrepant hormones on and off. This genetic march was blindly inaugurated 450 million years ago, before life left the ocean and before the evolution of bones. We now know things about our nature that the founders of religion could not even begin to guess at, and that would have stilled their overconfident tongues if they had known of them. Yet again, once one has disposed of superfluous assumptions, speculation about who designed us to be designers becomes as fruitless and irrelevant as the question of who designed that designer. Aristotle, whose reasoning about the unmoved mover and the uncaused cause is the beginning of this argument, concluded that the logic would necessitate 47 or 55 gods. Surely even a monotheist would be grateful for Occam's razor at this point. From a plurality of prime movers, the monotheists have bargained it down to a single one. They are getting ever nearer to the true round figure. We must also confront the fact that evolution is, as well as smarter than we are, infinitely more callous and cruel and also capricious. Investigation of the fossil record and the record of molecular biology shows us that approximately 98% of all the species that have ever appeared on Earth have lapsed into extinction. There have been extraordinary periods of life explosion, invariably succeeded by great dyings out. In order for life to take hold at all on a cooling planet, it had first to occur with fantastic profusion. We have a micro-glimpse of this in our little human lives. Men produce infinitely more seminal fluid than is required to build a human family, and are tortured, not completely unpleasantly, by the urgent need to spread it all over the place or otherwise get rid of it. Religions have needlessly added to the torture by condemning various simple means of relieving this presumably designed pressure. The exuberant, teeming variety of insect life, or sparrow or salmon or codfish life, is a titanic waste that ensures, in some but not all cases, that there will be enough survivors. The higher animals are hardly exempt from this process. The religions that we know of have, for self-evident reasons, also emerged from peoples that we know of. And in Asia and the Mediterranean and the Middle East, the human record is traceable back for an impressively long and continuous period of time. However, even the religious myths mention periods of darkness and plague and calamity, when it seemed that nature had turned against human existence. Every year, Christian fundamentalists renew their expeditions to Mount Ararat in modern Armenia, convinced that one day they will discover the wreckage of Noah's Ark. This effort is futile, and would prove nothing even if it were successful. But if these people should chance to read the reconstructions of what really did happen, they would find themselves confronted with something far more memorable than the banal account of Noah's flood: a sudden massive wall of dark water roaring across a thickly populated plain. This Atlantis event would have adhered to the prehistoric memory all right, as indeed it does to ours. However, we do not even possess a buried or ill-chronicled memory of what happened to most of our fellow humans in the Americas. When the Catholic Christian conquistadors arrived in the Western Hemisphere in the early 16th century AD, they behaved with such indiscriminate cruelty and destructiveness that one of their number, Bartolomeo de las Casas, actually proposed a formal renunciation and apology, and an acknowledgment that the whole enterprise had been a mistake. Well-intentioned as he may have been, he based his bad conscience on the idea that the Indians had been living in an undisturbed Eden, and that Spain and Portugal had missed their chance of rediscovering the innocence that had predated the fall of Adam and Eve. This was wishful piffle and also extreme condescension. The Olmec and other tribes had gods of their own, mainly propitiated by human sacrifice, and had also developed elaborate systems of writing, astronomy, agriculture, and trade. They wrote down their history, and had discovered a 365-day calendar that was more accurate than its European counterparts. One particular society, the Mayan, had also managed to come up with that beautiful concept of zero, to which I alluded earlier, and without which mathematical computation is very difficult. It may be significant that the papacy of the Middle Ages always resisted the idea of zero as alien and heretical, perhaps because of its supposedly Arab, in fact Sanskrit, origin, but perhaps also because it contained a frightening possibility. Something is known of the civilizations of the American Isthmus, but until very recently we were unaware of the vast cities and networks that once stretched across the Amazon basin and some regions of the Andes. Serious work has only just begun on the study of these impressive societies, which grew and flourished when Moses and Abraham and Jesus and Muhammad and Buddha were being revered, but which took no part at all in those arguments, and were not included in the calculations of the monotheistic faithful. It is a certainty that these people, too, had their creation myths and their revelations of the divine will, for all the good it did them. But they suffered and triumphed and expired without ever being in our prayers, and they died out in the bitter awareness that there would be nobody to remember them as they had been, or even as if they had been. All their promised lands and prophecies and cherished legends and ceremonies might as well have occurred on another planet. This is how arbitrary human history actually is. There seems to be little or no doubt that these peoples were annihilated not just by human conquerors, but by microorganisms, of which neither they nor their invaders had any knowledge. These germs may have been indigenous, or they may have been imported, but the effect was the same. Here again one sees the gigantic man-made fallacy that informs our Genesis story. How can it be proven in one paragraph that this book was written by ignorant men and not by any god? Because man is given dominion over all beasts, fowl and fish. But no dinosaurs or plesiosaurs or pterodactyls are specified, because the authors did not know of their existence, let alone of their supposedly special and immediate creation. Nor are any marsupials mentioned, because Australia, the next candidate after Mesoamerica for a new Eden, was not on any known map. Most important, in Genesis, man is not awarded dominion over germs and bacteria, because the existence of these necessary yet dangerous fellow creatures was not known or understood, and if it had been known or understood, it would at once have become apparent that these forms of life had dominion over us, and would continue to enjoy it, uncontested, until the priests had been elbowed aside and medical research at last given an opportunity. Even today, the balance between Homo sapiens and Louis Pasteur's invisible army of microbes is by no means decided, but DNA has at least enabled us to sequence the genome of our lethal rivals, like the avian flu virus, and to elucidate what we have in common. Probably the most daunting task that we face, as partly rational animals with adrenal glands that are too big and prefrontal lobes that are too small, is the contemplation of our own relative weight in the scheme of things. Our place in the cosmos is so unimaginably small that we cannot, with our miserly endowment of cranial matter, contemplate it for long at all. No less difficult is the realization that we may also be quite random as presences on Earth. We may have learned about our modest position on the scale, about how to prolong our lives, cure ourselves of disease, learn to respect and profit from other tribes and other animals, and employ rockets and satellites for ease of communication, but then the awareness that our death is coming and will be succeeded by the death of the species and the heat death of the universe is scant comfort. Still, at least we are not in the position of those humans who died without ever having the chance to tell their story, or who are dying today at this moment after a few bare, squirming minutes of painful and fearful existence. In 1909, a discovery of immense importance was made in the Canadian Rockies on the border of British Columbia. It is known as the Burgess Shale, and though it is a natural formation and has no magical properties, it is almost like a time machine or a key that enables us to visit the past. The very remote past. This limestone quarry came into existence about 570 million years ago, and records what paleontologists familiarly call the Cambrian explosion. Just as there have been great dyings and extinctions during evolutionary time, so there have been energetic moments when life was suddenly profuse and various again. An intelligent designer might have managed without these chaotic episodes of boom and bust. Most of the surviving modern animals have their origins in this grand Cambrian burgeoning, but until 1909 we were unable to view them in anything like their original habitat. Until then also, we had to rely upon the evidence mainly of bones and shells, whereas the Burgess Shale contains much fossilized soft anatomy, including the contents of digestive systems. It is a sort of Rosetta Stone for the decoding of life forms. Our own solipsism, often expressed in diagram or cartoon form, usually represents evolution as a kind of ladder or progression, with a fish gasping on the shore in the first frame, hunched and prognathous figures in the succeeding ones, and then by slow degrees an erect man in a suit waving his umbrella and shouting, "Taxi!" Even those who have observed the sawtooth pattern of fluctuation between emergence and destruction, further emergence and still further destruction, and who have already charted the eventual end of the universe, are half agreed that there is a stubborn tendency toward an upward progression. This is no great surprise. Inefficient creatures will either die out or be destroyed by more successful ones. But progress does not negate the idea of randomness, and when he came to examine the Burgess Shale, the great paleontologist Stephen Jay Gould arrived at the most disquieting and unsettling conclusion of all. He examined the fossils and their development with minute care and realized that if this tree could be replanted or this soup set boiling again, it would very probably not produce the same results that we now know. It may be worth mentioning that this conclusion was no more welcome to Gould than it is to you or to me. In his youth he had imbibed a version of Marxism, and the concept of progress was real to him. But he was too scrupulous a scholar to deny the evidence that was so plainly displayed. And while some evolutionary biologists are willing to say that the millimetrical and pitiless process had a direction toward our form of intelligent life, Gould subtracted himself from their company. If the numberless evolutions from the Cambrian period could be recorded and rewound, as it were, and the tape then played again, he established there was no certainty that it would come out the same way. Several branches of the tree, a better analogy would be with small twigs on an extremely dense bush, end up going nowhere, but given another start they might have blossomed and flourished, just as some that did blossom and flourish might equally well have withered and died. We all appreciate that our nature and existence is based upon our being vertebrate. The earliest known vertebrate, or chordate, located in the Burgess Shale, is a 2-inch and rather elegant creature named after an adjoining mountain and also for its sinuous beauty, Picaia gracilens. It was originally and wrongly classified as a worm. One must never forget how recent most of our knowledge really is. But in its segments, muscularity, and dorsal rod flexibility, it is a necessary ancestor that yet demands no worship. Millions of other life forms perished before the Cambrian period was over, but this little prototype survived. To quote Gould, "Wind the tape of time back to Burgess times, and let it play again. If Picaia does not survive in the replay, we are wiped out of future history, all of us, from shark to robin to orangutan." And I don't think that any handicapper, given Burgess evidence as known today, would have granted very favourable odds for the persistence of Picaia. And so, if you wish to ask the question of the ages, why do humans exist, a major part of the answer, touching those aspects of the issue that science can treat at all, must be because Picaia survived the Burgess decimation. This response does not cite a single law of nature. It embodies no statement about predictable evolutionary pathways, no calculation of probabilities based on general rules of anatomy or ecology. The survival of Picaia was a contingency of just history. I do not think that any higher answer can be given, and I cannot imagine that any resolution could be more fascinating. We are the offspring of history, and must establish our own paths in this most diverse and interesting of conceivable universes, one indifferent to our suffering, and therefore offering us maximum freedom to thrive or to fail in our own chosen way. A way chosen, one must add, within very strictly defined limits. Here is the cool, authentic voice of a dedicated scientist and humanist. In a dim way, we knew all this already. Chaos theory has familiarized us with the idea of the unscripted butterfly wing flap that, stirring a tiny zephyr, eventuates in a raging typhoon. Saul Bellows' Augie March shrewdly observed the fritillary corollary that, if you hold down one thing, you hold down the adjoining. And Gould's mind-stunning but mind-opening book on the Burgess Shale is entitled Wonderful Life, a double entendre with an echo of the best-loved of all American sentimental movies. At the climax of this engaging but abysmal film, Jimmy Stewart wishes that he'd never been born, but is then shown by an angel what the world would be like if his wish had been granted. A middlebrow audience is thus given a vicarious glimpse of a version of Heisenberg's principle of uncertainty. Any attempt to measure something will have the effect of minutely altering that which is being measured. We've only recently established that a cow is closer in family to a whale than to a horse. Other wonders certainly await us. If our presence here in our present form is indeed random and contingent, then at least we can consciously look forward to the further evolution of our poor brains and to stupendous advances in medicine and life extension, derived from work on our elementary stem cells and umbilical cord blood cells. In the steps of Darwin, Peter and Rosemary Grant of Princeton University have gone for the past 30 years to the Galapagos Islands, lived in the arduous conditions of the tiny island of Daphne Major, and actually watched and measured the way that finches evolved and adapted as their surroundings changed. They have shown conclusively that the size and shape of the finches' beaks would adjust themselves to drought and scarcity, by adaptation to the size and character of different seeds and beetles. Not only could the 3-million-year-old original flock change in one way, but if the beetle and seed situation changed back, their beaks could follow suit. The Grants took care, and they saw it happening, and could publish their findings and proofs for all to see. We are in their debt. Their lives were harsh, but who could wish that they had mortified themselves in a holy cave or on top of a sacred pillar instead? In 2005, a team of researchers at the University of Chicago conducted serious work on 2 genes known as microcephalin and ASPM that, when disabled, are the cause of microcephaly. Babies born with this condition have a shrunken cerebral cortex, quite probably an occasional reminder of the period when the human brain was very much smaller than it is now. The evolution of humans has been generally thought to have completed itself about 50 to 60,000 years ago, an instant in evolutionary time. Yet those two genes have apparently been evolving faster in the past 37,000 years, raising the possibility that the human brain is a work in progress. In March 2006, further work at the same university revealed that there are some 700 regions of the human genome where genes have been reshaped by natural selection within the past 5,000 to 15,000 years. These genes include some of those responsible for our senses of taste and smell, digestion, bone structure, skin color, and brain function. One of the great emancipating results of genomics is to show that all racial and color differences are recent, superficial, and misleading. It shows in the manner in which we acquire immunities and also in the way in which we do not. Genome studies have identified early groups of Northern Europeans who learned to domesticate cattle and acquired a distinct gene for lactose tolerance, while some people of more recent African descent, we all originate from Africa, are prone to a form of sickle cell anemia which, while upsetting in and of itself, results from an earlier mutation that gave protection against malaria. And all this will be further clarified if we are modest and patient enough to understand the building blocks of nature and the lowly stamp of our origins. No divine plan, let alone angelic intervention, is required. Everything works without that assumption. Thus, though I dislike to differ with such a great man, Voltaire was simply ludicrous when he said that if God did not exist, it would be necessary to invent him. The human invention of God is the problem to begin with. Our evolution has been examined backward, with life temporarily outpacing extinction and knowledge now at last capable of reviewing and explaining ignorance. Religion, it is true, still possesses the huge, if cumbersome and unwieldy advantage of having come first. But, as Sam Harris states rather pointedly in The End of Faith, if we lost all our hard-won knowledge and all our archives and all our ethics and morals in some Marquez-like fit of collective amnesia and had to reconstruct everything essential from scratch, it is difficult to imagine at what point we would need to remind or reassure ourselves that Jesus was born of a virgin. Thoughtful believers can take some consolation too. Skepticism and discovery have freed them from the burden of having to defend their God as a footling, clumsy, straws-in-the-hair mad scientist, and also from having to answer distressing questions about who inflicted the syphilis bacillus, or mandated the leper, or the idiot child, or devised the torments of Job. The faithful stand acquitted on that charge. We no longer have any need of a God to explain what is no longer mysterious. What believers will do, now that their faith is optional and private and irrelevant, is a matter for them. We should not care, as long as they make no further attempt to inculcate religion by any form of coercion. Another way in which religion betrays itself and attempts to escape mere reliance on faith and instead offer evidence in the sense normally understood is by the argument from revelation. On certain very special occasions, it is asserted, the divine will was made known by direct contact with randomly selected human beings, who were supposedly vouchsafed unalterable laws that could then be passed on to those less favoured. There are some very obvious objections to be made to this. In the first place, several such disclosures have been claimed to occur, at different times and places, to hugely discrepant prophets or mediums. In some cases, most notably the Christian, one revelation is apparently not sufficient and needs to be reinforced by successive apparitions, with the promise of a further but ultimate one to come. In other cases, the opposite difficulty occurs, and the divine instruction is delivered only once, and for the final time, to an obscure personage whose lightest word then becomes law. Since all of these revelations, many of them hopelessly inconsistent, cannot by definition be simultaneously true, it must follow that some of them are false and illusory. It could also follow that only one of them is authentic. But in the first place this seems dubious, and in the second place it appears to necessitate religious war, in order to decide whose revelation is the true one. A further difficulty is the apparent tendency of the Almighty to reveal himself only to unlettered and quasi-historical individuals, in regions of Middle Eastern wasteland that were long the home of idol worship and superstition, and in many instances already littered with existing prophecies. The syncretic tendencies of monotheism and the common ancestry of the tales mean in effect that a rebuttal to one is a rebuttal to all. Horribly and hatefully though they may have fought with one another, the three monotheisms claim to share a descent at least from the Pentateuch of Moses, and the Quran certifies Jews as people of the book, Jesus as a prophet, and a virgin as his mother. Interestingly, the Quran does not blame the Jews for the murder of Jesus, as one book of the Christian New Testament does, but this is only because it makes the bizarre claim that someone else was crucified by the Jews in his place. The foundation story of all three faiths concerns the purported meeting between Moses and God at the summit of Mount Sinai. This in turn led to the handing down of the Decalogue, or Ten Commandments. In the first place, I'm using the King James or Authorized Version, one among many rival texts, laboriously translated by mortals either from Hebrew or Greek or Latin. The so-called commandments do not appear as a neat list of 10 orders and prohibitions. The first 3 are all variations of the same one, in which God insists on his own primacy and exclusivity, forbids the making of graven images, and prohibits the taking of his own name in vain. This prolonged throat-clearing is accompanied by some very serious admonitions, including a dire warning that the sins of the fathers will be visited on their children, even unto the 3rd and 4th generation. This negates the moral and reasonable idea that children are innocent of their parents' offences. The 4th commandment insists on the observance of a holy Sabbath day, and forbids all believers and their slaves and domestic servants to perform any work in the course of it. It is added that, as was said in the book of Genesis, God made all the world in 6 days and rested on the 7th, leaving room for speculation as to what he did on the 8th day. The dictation then becomes more terse. Honour thy father and thy mother, this not for its own sake, but in order that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Only then come the 4 famous shalt nots, which flatly prohibit killing, adultery, theft, and false witness. Finally, there is a ban on covetousness, forbidding the desire for thy neighbour's house, manservant, maidservant, ox, ass, wife, and other chattel. It would be harder to find an easier proof that religion is man-made. There is first the monarchical growling about respect and fear, accompanied by a stern reminder of omnipotence and limitless revenge, of the sort with which a Babylonian or Assyrian emperor might have ordered the scribes to begin a proclamation. There is then a sharp reminder to keep working and only to relax when the absolutist says so. A few crisp legalistic reminders follow, one of which is commonly misrendered because the original Hebrew actually says, "Thou shalt do no murder." But however little one thinks of the Jewish tradition, it is surely insulting to the people of Moses to imagine that they had come this far under the impression that murder, adultery, theft, and perjury were permissible. The same unanswerable point can be made in a different way about the alleged later preachings of Jesus. When he tells the story of the Good Samaritan on that Jericho road, he is speaking of a man who acted in a humane and generous manner, without, obviously, ever having heard of Christianity, let alone having followed the pitiless teachings of the God of Moses, who never mentions human solidarity and compassion at all. No society ever discovered has failed to protect itself from self-evident crimes like those supposedly stipulated at Mount Sinai. Finally, instead of the condemnation of evil actions, there is an oddly phrased condemnation of impure thoughts. One can tell that this too is a man-made product of the alleged time and place because it throws in wife, along with the other property, animal, human, and material of the neighbour. More important, it demands the impossible, a recurrent problem with all religious edicts. One may be forcibly restrained from wicked actions or barred from committing them, but to forbid people from contemplating them is too much. In particular, it is absurd to hope to banish envy of other people's possessions or fortunes, if only because the spirit of envy can lead to emulation and ambition and have positive consequences. It seems improbable that the American fundamentalists, who desire to see the 10 Commandments emblazoned in every schoolroom and courtroom, almost like a graven image, are so hostile to the spirit of capitalism. If God really wanted people to be free of such thoughts, he should have taken more care to invent a different species. Then there is the very salient question of what the Commandments do not say. Is it too modern to notice that there is nothing about the protection of children from cruelty, nothing about rape, nothing about slavery, and nothing about genocide? Or is it too exactingly in context to notice that some of these very offences are about to be positively recommended? In verse 2 of the immediately following chapter, God tells Moses to instruct his followers about the conditions under which they may buy or sell slaves, or bore their ears through with an awl, and the rules governing the sale of their daughters. This is succeeded by the insanely detailed regulations governing oxes that gore and are gored, and including the notorious verses forfeiting life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. Micromanagement of agricultural disputes breaks off for a moment with the abrupt verse 22:18, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." This was for centuries the warrant for the Christian torture and burning of women who did not conform. Occasionally there are injunctions that are moral, and also, at least in the lovely King James Version, memorably phrased. "Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil" was taught to Bertrand Russell by his grandmother, and stayed with the old heretic all his life. However, one mutters a few sympathetic words for the forgotten and obliterated Hivites, Canaanites, and Hittites, also presumably part of the Lord's original creation, who are to be pitilessly driven out of their homes to make room for the ungrateful and mutinous children of Israel. This supposed covenant is the basis for a 19th century irredentist claim to Palestine that has brought us endless trouble up to the present day. 74 of the elders, including Moses and Aaron, then meet God face to face. Several whole chapters are given over to the minutest stipulations about the lavish, immense ceremonies of sacrifice and propitiation that the Lord expects of his newly adopted people. It goes without saying that none of the gruesome, disordered events described in Exodus ever took place. Israeli archaeologists are among the most professional in the world, even if their scholarship has sometimes been inflected with a wish to prove that the covenant between God and Moses was founded on some basis in fact. No group of diggers and scholars has ever worked harder or with greater expectations than the Israelis who sifted through the sands of Sinai and Canaan. The first of them was Yigal Yadin, whose best-known work was at Masada, and who had been charged by David Ben-Gurion to dig up the title deeds that would prove the Israeli claim to the Holy Land. Until a short time ago, his evidently politicized efforts were allowed a certain superficial plausibility. But then much more extensive and objective work was undertaken, presented most notably by Israel Finkelstein of the Institute of Archaeology at Tel Aviv University and his colleague Neil Asher Silberman. These men regard the Hebrew Bible, or Pentateuch, as beautiful, and the story of modern Israel as an all-round inspiration, in which respects I humbly beg to differ. But their conclusion is final, and the more creditable for asserting evidence over self-interest. There was no flight from Egypt, no wandering in the desert, let alone for the incredible 4-decade length of time mentioned in the Pentateuch, and no dramatic conquest of the Promised Land. It was all, quite simply and very ineptly, made up at a much later date. No Egyptian chronicle mentions this episode either, even in passing, and Egypt was the garrison power in Canaan, as well as the Nilotic region, at all the material times. Indeed, much of the evidence is the other way. Archaeology does confirm the presence of Jewish communities in Palestine from many thousands of years ago. This can be deduced, among other things, from the absence of those pig bones in the middens and dumps. And it does show that there was a kingdom of David, albeit rather a modest one. But all the Mosaic myths can be safely and easily discarded. I do not think that this is what the sour critics of faith sometimes call a reductionist conclusion. There is great pleasure to be had from the study of archaeology and of ancient texts, and great instruction too, and it brings us ever nearer to some approximation of the truth. On the other hand, it also raises the question of anti-theism once more. In The Future of an Illusion, Freud made the obvious point that religion suffered from one incurable deficiency. It was too clearly derived from our own desire to escape from, or survive, death. This critique of wish-thinking is strong and unanswerable, but it does not really deal with the horrors and cruelties and madnesses of the Old Testament, who, except for an ancient priest seeking to exert power by the tried and tested means of fear, could possibly wish that this hopelessly knotted skein of fable had any veracity. Well, the Christians had been at work on the same wishful attempt at proof long before the Zionist school of archaeology began to turn a spade. St. Paul's epistle to the Galatians had transmitted God's promise to the Jewish patriarchs, as an unbroken patrimony, to the Christians, and in the 19th and early 20th centuries you could hardly throw an orange peel in the Holy Land without hitting a fervent excavator. General Gordon, the biblical fanatic later slain by the Mahdi at Khartoum, was very much to the fore. William Albright of Baltimore was continually vindicating Joshua's Jericho and other myths. Some of these diggers, even given the primitive techniques of the period, counted as serious rather than merely opportunistic. Morally serious, too. The French Dominican archaeologist Roland de Vaux gave a hostage to fortune by saying that if the historical faith of Israel is not founded in history, such faith is erroneous, and therefore our faith is also. A most admirable and honest point, on which the good father may now be taken up. Long before modern inquiry and painstaking translation and excavation had helped enlighten us, it was well within the compass of a thinking person to see that the revelation at Sinai and the rest of the Pentateuch was an ill-carpentered fiction, bolted into place well after the non-events that it fails to describe convincingly or even plausibly. Intelligent schoolchildren have been upsetting their teachers with innocent but unanswerable questions ever since Bible study was instituted. The self-taught Thomas Paine has never been refuted since he wrote, while suffering dire persecution by French Jacobin anti-religionists, to show that these books are spurious, and that Moses is not the author of them, and still further, that they were not written in the time of Moses, nor till several hundred years afterwards, that they are an attempted history of the life of Moses and of the times in which he is said to have lived, and also of the times prior thereto, written by some very ignorant and stupid pretenders several hundred years after the death of Moses, as men now write histories of things that happened, or are supposed to have happened, several hundred or several thousand years ago. In the first place, the middle books of the Pentateuch, Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers, Genesis contains no mention of him, allude to Moses in the third person, as in "the Lord spake unto Moses." It could be argued that he preferred to speak of himself in the third person, though this habit is now well associated with megalomania. But this would make laughable such citations as Numbers 12:3, in which we read, "Now the man Moses was very meek above all the men which were on the face of the earth." Apart from the absurdity of claiming to be meek in such a way as to assert superiority and meekness over all others, we have to remember the commandingly authoritarian and bloody manner in which Moses is described in almost every other chapter as having behaved. This gives us a choice between raving solipsism and the falsest of modesty. But perhaps Moses himself can be acquitted on these two charges, since he could hardly have managed the contortions of Deuteronomy. In this book there is an introduction of the subject, then an introduction of Moses himself in mid-speech, then a resumption of narrative by whoever is writing, then another speech by Moses, and then an account of the death, burial, and magnificence of Moses himself. It is to be presumed that the account of the funeral was not written by the man whose funeral it was, though this problem does not seem to have occurred to whoever fabricated the text. That whoever wrote the account was writing many years later seems to be very clear. We are told that Moses reached the age of 110 with his eye not dim, nor his natural force abated, and then ascended to the summit of Mount Nebo, from which he could obtain a clear view of the promised land that he would never actually enter. The prophet, his natural force all of a sudden abated, then dies in the land of Moab and is interred there. No one knows, says the author, unto this day, where the sepulchre of Moses lies. It is added that there has since been no comparable prophet in Israel. These two expressions have no effect if they do not denote the passage of a considerable time. We are then expected to believe that an unspecified he buried Moses. If this was Moses himself in the third person again, it seems distinctly implausible, and if it was God himself who performed the obsequy, then there is no way for the writer of Deuteronomy to have known it. Indeed, the author seems very unclear about all the details of this event, as would be expected if he was reconstructing something half forgotten. The same is self-evidently true of innumerable other anachronisms, where Moses speaks of events, the consumption of manna in Canaan, the capture of the huge bedstead of the giant Og, king of Bashan, which may never have occurred at all, but which are not even claimed to have occurred until well after his death. The strong likelihood that this interpretation is the correct one is reinforced in Deuteronomy's 4th and 5th chapters, where Moses assembles his followers and gives them the Lord's commandments all over again. This is not such a surprise. The Pentateuch contains two discrepant accounts of the creation, two different genealogies of the seed of Adam, and two narratives of the flood. One of these chapters has Moses talking about himself at great length, and the other has him in reported speech. In the 4th chapter, the commandment against making graven images is extended to prohibiting any similitude or likeness of any figure, whether human or animal, for any purpose. In the 5th chapter, the contents of the two stone tablets are repeated, roughly in the same form as in Exodus, but with a significant difference. This time the writer forgets that the Sabbath day is holy because God made heaven and earth in 6 days and then rested on the 7th. Suddenly the Sabbath is holy because God brought his people out of the land of Egypt. Then we must come to those things which probably did not happen and which we must be glad did not. In Deuteronomy, Moses gives orders for parents to have their children stoned to death for indiscipline, which seems to violate at least one of the commandments, and continually makes demented pronouncements. He that is wounded in the stones, or hath his privy member cut off, shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. In Numbers, he addresses his generals after a battle, and rages at them for sparing so many civilians. Now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman that hath known a man by lying with him. But all the women children that hath not known a man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves. This is certainly not the worst of the genocidal incitements that occur in the Old Testament. Israeli rabbis solemnly debate to this very day whether the demand to exterminate the Amalekites is a coded commandment to do away with the Palestinians. But it has an element of lasciviousness that makes it slightly too obvious what the rewards of a freebooting soldier could be. At least so I think, and so thought Thomas Paine, who wrote not to disprove religion but rather to vindicate deism against what he considered to be foul accretions in the holy books. He said that this was an order to butcher the boys, to massacre the mothers, and debauch the daughters, which drew him a hurt reply, from one of the celebrated divines of the day, the Bishop of Llandaff. The stout Welsh bishop indignantly claimed that it was not at all clear from the context that the young females were being preserved for immoral purposes, rather than for unpaid labour. Against dumb innocence like this, it might be heartless to object, even if it were not for the venerable clergyman's sublime indifference to the fate of the boy children, and indeed their mothers. One could go through the Old Testament book by book, here pausing to notice a lapidary phrase, "Man is born to trouble," as the book of Job says, "as the sparks fly upward." And there a fine verse, but always encountering the same difficulties. People attain impossible ages and yet conceive children. Mediocre individuals engage in single combat or one-on-one argument with God or his emissaries, raising afresh the whole question of divine omnipotence or even divine common sense. And the ground is forever soaked with the blood of the innocent. Moreover, the context is oppressively confined and local. None of these provincials, or their deity, seems to have any idea of a world beyond the desert, the flocks and herds, and the imperatives of nomadic subsistence. The work of rereading the Old Testament is sometimes tiring but always necessary, because as one proceeds there begin to occur some sinister premonitions. Abraham, another ancestor of all monotheism, is ready to make a human sacrifice of his own firstborn. And a rumour comes that a virgin shall conceive and bear a son. Gradually these two myths begin to converge. It's needful to bear this in mind when coming to the New Testament, because if you pick up any of the four Gospels and read them at random, it will not be long before you learn that such and such an action or saying attributed to Jesus was done so that an ancient prophecy should come true. Speaking of the arrival of Jesus in Jerusalem, riding astride a donkey, Matthew says in his chapter 21, verse 4, "All of this was done that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by the prophet." The reference is probably to Zechariah, chapter 9, verse 9, where it is said that when the Messiah comes he will be riding on an ass. The Jews are still awaiting this arrival, and the Christians claim it has already taken place. If it should seem odd that an action should be deliberately performed in order that a foretelling be vindicated, that is because it is odd. And it is necessarily odd because, just like the Old Testament, the new one is also a work of crude carpentry, hammered together long after its purported events, and full of improvised attempts to make things come out right. For concision, I shall again defer to a finer writer than myself and quote what H.L. Mencken irrefutably says in his Treatise on the Gods. The simple fact is that the New Testament, as we know it, is a helter-skelter accumulation of more or less discordant documents, some of them probably of respectable origin, but others palpably apocryphal, and that most of them, the good along with the bad, show unmistakable signs of having been tampered with. Both Payne and Mencken, who put themselves, for different reasons, to an honest effort to read the texts, have been borne out by later biblical scholarship, much of it first embarked upon to show that the texts were still relevant. But this argument takes place over the heads of those to whom the good book is all that is required. One recalls the governor of Texas, who, asked if the Bible should also be taught in Spanish, replied that if English was good enough for Jesus, then it's good enough for me. Rightly are the simple so called. In 2004, a soap opera film about the death of Jesus was produced by an Australian fascist and ham actor named Mel Gibson. Mr. Gibson adheres to a crackpot and schismatic Catholic sect, consisting mainly of himself and of his even more thuggish father, and has stated that it is a pity that his own dear wife is going to hell because she does not accept the correct sacraments. This foul doom he calmly describes as a statement from the chair. The doctrine of his own sect is explicitly anti-Semitic, and the movie sought tirelessly to lay the blame for the crucifixion upon the Jews. In spite of this obvious bigotry, which did lead to criticism from some more cautious Christians, the Passion of the Christ was opportunistically employed by many mainstream churches as a box office recruiting tool. At one of the ecumenical pre-publicity events which he sponsored, Mr. Gibson defended his filmic Farrago, which is also an exercise in sadomasochistic homoeroticism, starring a talentless lead actor who was apparently born in Iceland or Minnesota, as being based on the reports of eyewitnesses. At the time, I thought it extraordinary that a multi-million-dollar hit could be openly based on such a patently fraudulent claim, but nobody seemed to turn a hair. Even Jewish authorities were largely silent. But then some of them wanted to dampen down this old argument, which for centuries had led to Easter pogroms against the Christ-killing Jews. It was not until 2 decades after the Second World War that the Vatican formally withdrew the charge of deicide against the Jewish people as a whole. And the truth is that the Jews used to claim credit for the crucifixion. Maimonides described the punishment of the detestable Nazarene heretic as one of the greatest achievements of the Jewish elders, insisted that the name Jesus never be mentioned except when accompanied by a curse, and announced that his punishment was to be boiled in excrement for all eternity. What a good Catholic Maimonides would have made. However, he fell into the same error as do the Christians in assuming that the four Gospels were in any sense a historical record. Their multiple authors, none of whom published anything until many decades after the crucifixion, cannot agree on anything of importance. Matthew and Luke cannot concur on the virgin birth or the genealogy of Jesus. They flatly contradict each other on the flight into Egypt, Matthew saying that Joseph was warned in a dream to make an immediate escape, and Luke saying that all three stayed in Bethlehem until Mary's purification according to the laws of Moses, which would make it 40 days, and then went back to Nazareth via Jerusalem. Incidentally, if the dash to Egypt to conceal a child from Herod's infanticide campaign has any truth to it, then Hollywood and many Christian iconographers have been deceiving us. It would have been very difficult to take a blonde, blue-eyed baby to the Nile Delta without attracting rather than avoiding attention. The Gospel according to Luke states that the miraculous birth occurred in a year when the Emperor Caesar Augustus ordered a census for the purpose of taxation, and that this happened at a time when Herod reigned in Judea and Quirinius was governor of Syria. This is the closest to a triangulation of historical dating that any biblical writer even attempts. But Herod died 4 years BC, and during his rulership the governor of Syria was not Quirinius. There is no mention of any Augustan census by any Roman historian, but the Jewish chronicler Josephus mentions one that did occur, without the onerous requirement for people to return to their places of birth, and 6 years after the birth of Jesus is supposed to have taken place. This is, all of it, quite evidently, a garbled and oral-based reconstruction, undertaken some considerable time after the fact. The scribes cannot even agree on the mythical elements. They disagree wildly about the Sermon on the Mount, the anointing of Jesus, the treachery of Judas, and Peter's haunting denial. Most astonishingly, they cannot converge on a common account of the crucifixion or the resurrection. Thus, the one interpretation that we simply have to discard is the one that claims divine warrant for all four of them. The book on which all four may possibly have been based, known speculatively to scholars as Q, has been lost forever, which seems distinctly careless on the part of the God who is claimed to have inspired it. 60 years ago, at Nag Hammadi in Egypt, a trove of neglected Gospels was discovered near a very ancient Coptic Christian site. These scrolls were of the same period and provenance as many of the subsequently canonical and authorized Gospels, and have long gone under the collective name of Gnostic. This was the title given them by a certain Irenaeus, an early church father who placed them under a ban as heretical. They include the Gospels, or narratives, of marginal but significant figures in the accepted New Testament, such as doubting Thomas and Mary Magdalene. They now also include the Gospel of Judas, known for centuries to have existed, but now brought to light and published by the National Geographic Society in the spring of 2006. The book is chiefly spiritualist drivel, as one might expect, but it offers a version of events that is fractionally more credible than the official account. For one thing, it maintains, as do its partner texts, that the supposed God of the Old Testament is the one to be avoided, a ghastly emanation from sick minds. This makes it easy to see why it was so firmly banned and denounced. Orthodox Christianity is nothing if it is not a vindication and completion of that evil story. Judas attends the final Passover meal, as usual, but departs from the customary script. When Jesus appears to pity his other disciples for knowing so little about what is at stake, his rogue follower boldly says that he believes he knows what the difficulty is. "I know who you are and where you have come from," he tells the leader. "You are from the immortal realm of Barbelo." This Barbelo is not a god but a heavenly destination, a motherland beyond the stars. Jesus comes from this celestial realm, but is not the son of any Mosaic god. Instead, he is an avatar of Seth. He is the one who will show the Sethians the way home. Recognizing that Judas is at least a minor adept of this cult, Jesus takes him to one side and awards him the special mission of helping him shed his fleshly form and thus return heavenward. He also promises to show him the stars that will enable Judas to follow on. Deranged science fiction though this is, it makes infinitely more sense than the everlasting curse placed on Judas for doing what somebody had to do, in this otherwise pedantically arranged chronicle of a death foretold. It also makes infinitely more sense than blaming the Jews for all eternity. For a long time there was incandescent debate over which of the Gospels should be regarded as divinely inspired. Some argued for these and some for others, and many a life was horribly lost on the proposition. Nobody dared say that they were all man-inscribed long after the supposed drama was over, and the revelation of St. John seems to have squeezed into the canon because of its author's rather ordinary name. But as Jorge Luis Borges put it, had the Alexandrian Gnostics won the day, some later Dante would have drawn us a hypnotically beautiful word picture of the wonders of Barbelo. This concept I might choose to call the Borges shale, the verve and imagination needed to visualize a cross-section of evolutionary branches and bushes, with the extraordinary but real possibility that a different stem or line or tune or poem had predominated in the labyrinth. Great ceilings and steeples and hymns, he might have added, would have consecrated it, and skilled torturers would have worked for days on those who doubted the truth of Barbelo, beginning with the fingernails and working their way ingeniously toward the testicles, the vagina, the eyes, and the viscera. Non-belief in Barbelo would, correspondingly, have been an unfailing sign that one had no morals at all. The best argument I know for the highly questionable existence of Jesus is this. His illiterate living disciples left us no record and in any event could not have been Christians, since they were never to read those later books in which Christians must affirm belief, and in any case had no idea that anyone would ever found a church on their master's announcements. There is scarcely a word in any of the later assembled Gospels to suggest that Jesus wanted to be the founder of a church either. Notwithstanding all that, the jumbled Old Testament prophecies indicate that the Messiah will be born in the city of David, which seems indeed to have been Bethlehem. However, Jesus' parents were apparently from Nazareth, and if they had a child, he was most probably delivered in that town. Thus, a huge amount of fabrication concerning Augustus, Herod, and Quirinius is involved in confecting the census tale and moving the nativity scene to Bethlehem, where, by the way, no stable is ever mentioned. But why do this at all, since a much easier fabrication would have had him born in Bethlehem in the first place, without any needless to-do? The very attempts to bend and stretch the story may be inverse proof that someone of later significance was indeed born, so that in retrospect, and to fulfill the prophecies, the evidence had to be massaged to some extent. But then even my attempt to be fair and open-minded in this case is subverted by the Gospel of John, which seems to suggest that Jesus was neither born in Bethlehem nor descended from King David. If the apostles do not know or cannot agree, of what use is my analysis? In any case, if his royal lineage is something to brag and prophesy about, why the insistence elsewhere on apparently lowly birth? Almost all religions, from Buddhism to Islam, feature either a humble prophet or a prince who comes to identify with the poor. But what is this if not populism? It is hardly a surprise if religions choose to address themselves first to the majority who are poor and bewildered and uneducated. The contortions and illiteracies of the New Testament have filled up many books by eminent scholars and have never been explained by any Christian authority except in the feeblest terms of metaphor and a Christ of faith. This feebleness derives from the fact that until recently, Christians could simply burn or silence anybody who asked any inconvenient questions. The Gospels are useful, however, in redemonstrating the same point as their predecessor volumes, which is that religion is man-made. The law was given by Moses, says St. John, but grace and truth came by Jesus Christ. St. Matthew tries for the same effect, basing everything on a verse or two from the prophet Isaiah, which told King Ahaz, almost 8 centuries before the still unfixed date of the birth of Jesus, that the Lord shall give you a sign. A virgin will conceive and bear a son. This encouraged Ahaz to believe that he would be given victory over his enemies, which in the result, even if you take his story as historical narrative, he was not. The picture is even further altered when we know that the word translated as virgin, namely Alma, means only a young woman. In any case, parthenogenesis is not possible for human mammals, and even if this law were to be relaxed in just one case, it would not prove that the resulting infant had any divine power. Thus, and as usual, religion arouses suspicion by trying to prove too much. By reverse analogy, the Sermon on the Mount replicates Moses on Mount Sinai, and the nondescript disciples stand in for the Jews who followed Moses wherever he went. And thus, prophecy is fulfilled for anyone who doesn't notice or doesn't care that the story is being reverse-engineered, as we might now say. In a short passage of only one Gospel, seized upon by the Jew-baiting Mel Gibson, the rabbis are made to echo God on Sinai, and actually to call for the guilt in the blood of Jesus to descend upon all their subsequent generations. A demand that, even if it were to be made, lay well beyond their right or their power. But the case of the virgin birth is the easiest possible proof that humans were involved in the manufacture of a legend. Jesus makes large claims for his heavenly Father, but never mentions that his mother is or was a virgin, and is repeatedly very rude and coarse to her when she makes an appearance, as Jewish mothers will, to ask or to see how he's getting on. She herself appears to have no memory of the Archangel Gabriel's visitation, or of the swarm of angels, both telling her that she is the mother of God. In all accounts, everything that her son does comes to her as a complete surprise, if not a shock. What can he be doing talking to rabbis in the temple? What's he saying when he curtly reminds her that he's on his father's business? One might have expected a stronger maternal memory, especially from someone who had undergone the experience, alone among all women, of discovering herself pregnant without having undergone the notorious preconditions for that happy state. Luke even makes a telling slip at one point, speaking of the parents of Jesus when he refers only to Joseph and Mary as they visit the temple for her purification and are hailed by the old man Simeon, who pronounces his wonderful Nunc Dimittis, which, another of my old chapel favourites, may also be an intended echo of Moses, glimpsing the promised land only in extreme old age. Then there's the extraordinary matter of Mary's large brood. Matthew informs us, chapter 13, verses 55 to 57, that there were 4 brothers of Jesus and some sisters also. In the Gospel of James, which is not canonical but not disowned either, we have the account by Jesus' brother of that same name, who was evidently very active in religious circles at the same period. Arguably, Mary could have conceived as a Virgo intacta and delivered a baby, which would certainly have made her to that extent less intact. But how did she go on producing children by the man Joseph, who only exists in reported speech, and thus make the Holy Family so large that eyewitnesses kept remarking on it? In order to resolve this near unmentionable and near sexual dilemma, reverse engineering is again applied, this time much more recently, than the frantic early church councils that decided which Gospels were synoptic and which were apocryphal. It is determined that Mary herself, of whose birth there is absolutely no account in any holy book, must have had a prior immaculate conception that rendered her essentially stainless. And it is further determined that since the wage of sin is death, and she cannot possibly have sinned, she cannot have died. Hence the dogma of the Assumption, which asserts out of thin air that thin air is the medium through which she went to heaven while avoiding the grave. It is of interest to note the dates of these magnificently ingenious edicts. The doctrine of the Immaculate Conception was announced or discovered by Rome in 1852, and the dogma of the Assumption in 1951. To say that something is man-made is not always to say that it is stupid. These heroic rescue attempts deserve some credit, even as we watch the leaky original vessel sink without trace, but, inspired though the Church's resolution may be, it would insult the deity to claim that such inspiration was in any way divine. Just as the script of the Old Testament is riddled with dreams and with astrology, the sun standing still so that Joshua can complete his massacre at a site that has never been located, so the Christian Bible is full of star predictions, notably the one over Bethlehem, and witch doctors and sorcerers. Many of the sayings and deeds of Jesus are innocuous, most especially the Beatitudes, which express such fanciful wish-thinking about the meek and the peacemakers. But many are unintelligible and show a belief in magic. Several are absurd and show a primitive attitude to agriculture. This extends to all mentions of ploughing and sowing, and all allusions to mustard or fig trees. And many are on the face of it flat-out immoral. The analogy of humans to lilies, for instance, suggests, along with many other injunctions, that things like thrift, innovation, family life, and so forth are a sheer waste of time. Take no thought for the morrow. This is why some of the Gospels, synoptic and apocryphal, report people, including his family members, saying at the time that they thought Jesus must be mad. There were also those who noticed that he was often a rather rigid Jewish sectarian. In Matthew chapter 15, verses 21 to 28, we read of his contempt for a Canaanite woman, who implored his aid for an exorcism and was brusquely told that he would not waste his energy on a non-Jew. His disciples and the persistence of the woman eventually persuaded him to unbend and to cast out the non-devil. In my opinion, an idiosyncratic story like this is another oblique reason for thinking that some such personality may at some time have lived. There were many deranged prophets roaming Palestine at the time, but this one reportedly believed himself at least some of the time to be God or the Son of God, and that has made all the difference. Make just 2 assumptions, that he believed this, and that he also promised his followers that he would reveal his kingdom before they came to the end of their own lives, and all but 1 or 2 of his gnomic remarks make some kind of sense. This point was never put more frankly than by C.S. Lewis, who has recently re-emerged as the most popular Christian apologist, in his Mere Christianity. He happens to be speaking about the claim of Jesus to take sins on himself. Now, unless the speaker is God, this is really so preposterous as to be comic. We can all understand how a man forgives offences against himself. You tread on my toes, and I forgive you. You steal my money, and I forgive you. But what should we make of a man, himself unrobbed and untrodden on, who announced that he forgave you for treading on other men's toes and stealing other men's money? Asinine fatuity is the kindest description we should give of his conduct. Yet this is what Jesus did. He told people that their sins were forgiven, and never waited to consult all the other people whom their sins had undoubtedly injured. He unhesitatingly behaved as if he was the party chiefly concerned, the person chiefly offended in all offences. This makes sense only if he really was the God whose laws are broken, and whose love is wounded in every sin. In the mouth of any speaker who is not God, these words would imply what I can only regard as a silliness and conceit unrivalled by any other character in history. It will be noticed that Lewis assumes, on no firm evidence whatever, that Jesus actually was a character in history, but let that pass. He deserves some credit for accepting the logic and the morality of what he has just stated. To those who argue that Jesus may have been a great moral teacher without being divine, of whom the deist Thomas Jefferson incidentally claimed to be one, Lewis has this stinging riposte. That is the one thing we must not say. A man who was merely a man, and said the sort of things Jesus said, would not be a great moral teacher. He would either be a lunatic, on a level with the man who says he is a poached egg, or else he would be the devil of hell. You must make your choice. Either this man was and is the Son of God, or else a madman and something worse. You can shut him up for a fool. You can spit at him and kill him as a demon, or you can fall at his feet and call him Lord and God. But let us not come with any patronizing nonsense about his being a great human teacher. He has not left that open to us. He did not intend to. Now it seems to me obvious that he was neither a lunatic nor a fiend, and consequently, however strange or terrifying or unlikely it may seem, I have to accept the view that he was and is God. I am not choosing a straw man here. Lewis is the main chosen propaganda vehicle for Christianity in our time, and nor am I accepting his rather wild supernatural categories, such as devil and demon. Least of all do I accept his reasoning, which is so pathetic as to defy description and which takes his two false alternatives as exclusive antitheses, and then uses them to fashion a crude non sequitur. However, I do credit him with honesty and with some courage. Either the Gospels are in some sense literal truth, or the whole thing is essentially a fraud, and perhaps an immoral one at that. Where it can be stated with certainty, and on their own evidence, that the Gospels are most certainly not literal truth. This means that many of the sayings and teachings of Jesus are hearsay upon hearsay upon hearsay, which it helps explain their garbled and contradictory nature. The most glaring of these, at least in retrospect, and certainly from the believer's point of view, concern the imminence of his second coming, and his complete indifference to the founding of any temporal church. The logia, or reported speeches, are repeatedly cited by bishops of the early church who wished that they had been present at the time but were not, as eagerly solicited third-hand commentaries. Let me give a conspicuous example. Many years after C.S. Lewis had gone to his reward, a very serious young man named Barton Ehrman began to examine his own fundamentalist assumptions. He had attended the two most eminent Christian fundamentalist academies in the United States and was considered by the faithful to be among their champions. Fluent in Greek and Hebrew, he is now holder of a chair in religious studies, he eventually could not quite reconcile his faith with his scholarship. He was astonished to find that some of the best-known Jesus stories were scribbled into the canon long after the fact, and that this was true of perhaps the best-known of them all. This story is the celebrated one about the woman taken in adultery, John chapter 8, verses 3 to 11. Who has not heard or read of how the Jewish Pharisees, skilled in casuistry, dragged this poor woman before Jesus, and demanded to know if he agreed with the Mosaic punishment of stoning her to death? If he did not, he violated the law. If he did, he made nonsense of his own preachings. One easily pictures the squalid zeal with which they pounced upon the woman, and the calm reply, after writing upon the ground, "He that is without sin among you, let him first cast a stone at her," has entered our literature and our consciousness. This episode is even celebrated on celluloid. It makes a flashback appearance in Mel Gibson's Travesty, and it is a lovely moment in David Lean's Dr. Zhivago, where Lara goes to the priest in her extremity and is asked what Jesus said to the fallen woman. "Go and sin no more," is her reply. "And did she, child?" asks the priest fiercely. "I don't know, Father." "Nobody knows," responds the priest, unhelpfully in the circumstances. Nobody indeed does know. Long before I read Ehrman, I had some questions of my own. If the New Testament is supposed to vindicate Moses, why are the gruesome laws of the Pentateuch to be undermined? An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth and the killing of witches may seem brutish and stupid, but if only non-sinners have the right to punish, then how could an imperfect society ever determine how to prosecute offenders? We should all be hypocrites. And what authority did Jesus have to forgive? Presumably, at least one wife or husband somewhere in the city felt cheated and outraged. Is Christianity then sheer sexual permissiveness? If so, it has been gravely misunderstood ever since. And what was being written on the ground? Nobody knows again. Furthermore, the story says that after the Pharisees and the crowd had melted away, presumably from embarrassment, nobody was left except Jesus and the woman. In that case, who is the narrator of what he said to her? For all that, I thought it a fine enough story. Professor Ehrman goes further. He asks some more obvious questions. If the woman was taken in adultery, which means in flagrante delicto, then where's her male partner? Mosaic law, adumbrated in Leviticus, makes it clear that both must undergo the stoning. I suddenly realized that the core of the story's charm is that of the shivering, lonely girl, hissed at and dragged away by a crowd of sex-starved fanatics, and finally encountering a friendly face. As to the writing in the dust, Ehrman mentions an old tradition which postulates that Jesus was scrawling the known transgressions of others present, thus leading to blushing and shuffling and eventually to hasty departure. I find I love this idea, even if it would mean a level of worldly curiosity and prurience and foresight on his part that raises its own difficulties. Overarching all this, though, is the shocking fact that, as Ehrman concedes, the story is not found in our oldest and best manuscripts of the Gospel of John. Its writing style is very different from what we find in the rest of John, including the stories immediately before and after. And it includes a large number of words and phrases that are otherwise alien to the Gospel. The conclusion is unavoidable. This passage was not originally part of the Gospel. I have again selected my source on the basis of evidence against interest, in other words, from someone whose original scholarly and intellectual journey was not at all intended to challenge Holy Writ. The case for biblical consistency or authenticity or inspiration has been in tatters for some time, and the rents and tears only become more obvious with better research, and thus no revelation can be derived from that quarter. So then, let the advocates and partisans of religion rely on faith alone, and let them be brave enough to admit that this is what they are doing. The doings and sayings of Moses and Abraham and Jesus, being so ill-founded and so inconsistent, as well as so often immoral, one must proceed in the same spirit of inquiry to what many believe is the last revelation, that of the Prophet Muhammad and his Quran or recitation. Here again, the angel or archangel, Gabriel, is found at work, dictating surahs or verses to a person of little or no learning. Here again are stories of a Noah-like flood and injunctions against idol worship. Here again the Jews are the first recipients of the message, and the first both to hear it and to discard it. And here again there is a vast commentary of doubtful anecdote about the actual doings and sayings of the Prophet, this time known as the Hadith. Islam is at once the most and the least interesting of the world's monotheisms. It builds upon its primitive Jewish and Christian predecessors, selecting a chunk here and a shard there, and thus if these fall, it partly falls also. Its founding narrative likewise takes place within an astonishingly small compass, and relates facts about extremely tedious local quarrels. None of the original documents, such as they are, can be contrasted with any Hebrew or Greek or Latin texts. Almost all of the tradition is oral, and all of it is in Arabic. Indeed, many authorities agree that the Quran is only intelligible in that tongue, which is itself subject to innumerable idiomatic and regional inflections. This would leave us on the face of it with the absurd and potentially dangerous conclusion that God was a monoglot. Before me is a book, Introducing Muhammad, written by two extremely unctuous British Muslims who are hoping to present a friendly version of Islam to the West. Ingratiating and selective as their text may be, they insist that, as the literal word of God, the Quran is the Quran only in the original revealed text. A translation can never be the Quran. That inimitable symphony, the very sound of which moves men and women to tears. A translation can only be an attempt to give the barest suggestion of the meaning of words contained in the Quran. This is why all Muslims, whatever their mother tongue, always recite the Quran in its original Arabic. The authors go on to make some highly disobliging observations about the penguin translation by N.J. Dawood, which makes me glad that I have always employed the Picthall version, but no likelier to be convinced that if I wish to become a convert, I must master another language. In my own country of birth, I am sadly aware that there is a beautiful, poetic tradition unavailable to me because I will never know the marvellous tongue called Gaelic. Even if God is or was an Arab, an unsafe assumption, how could he expect to reveal himself by way of an illiterate person who in turn could not possibly hope to pass on the unaltered, let alone unalterable, words? The point may seem minor, but it is not. To Muslims, the enunciation of the divine to a person of extreme unlettered simplicity has something of the same value as the humble vessel of the Virgin Mary has to Christians. It also possesses the same useful merit of being entirely unverifiable and unfalsifiable. Since Mary must be presumed to have spoken Aramaic and Muhammad Arabic, it can, I suppose, be granted that God is in fact multilingual and can speak any language he chooses. He opted in both cases to use the Archangel Gabriel as the intermediate deliverer of his message. However, the impressive fact remains that all religions have staunchly resisted any attempt to translate their sacred texts into languages understanded of the people, as the Cranmer Prayer Book phrases it. There would have been no Protestant Reformation if it were not for the long struggle to have the Bible rendered into the Vulgate, and the priestly monopoly therefore broken. Devout men like Wycliffe, Coverdale, and Tyndale were burned alive for even attempting early translations. The Catholic Church has never recovered from its abandonment of the mystifying Latin ritual, and the Protestant mainstream has suffered hugely from rendering its own Bibles into more everyday speech. Some mystical Jewish sects still insist on Hebrew and play Kabbalistic word games, even with the spaces between letters, but, among most Jews too, the supposedly unchangeable rituals of antiquity have been abandoned. The spell of the clerical class has been broken. Only in Islam has there been no reformation, and to this day any vernacular version of the Quran must still be printed with an Arabic parallel text. This ought to arouse suspicion, even in the slowest mind. Later Muslim conquests, impressive in their speed and scope and decisiveness, have lent point to the idea that these Arabic incantations must have had something to them. But if you allow this cheap earthly victory as a proof, you allow the same to Joshua's blood-soaked tribesmen, or to the Christian crusaders and conquistadors. There is a further objection. All religions take care to silence or to execute those who question them, and I choose to regard this recurrent tendency as a sign of their weakness rather than their strength. It has, however, been some time since Judaism and Christianity resorted openly to torture and censorship. Not only did Islam begin by condemning all doubters to eternal fire, but it still claims the right to do so in almost all of its dominions, and still preaches that these dominions can and must be extended by war. There has never been an attempt in any age to challenge or even investigate the claims of Islam that has not been met with extremely harsh and swift repression. Provisionally, then, one is entitled to conclude that the apparent unity and confidence of the faith is a mask for a very deep and probably justifiable insecurity. That there are, and always have been, sanguinary feuds between different schools of Islam, resulting in strictly inter-Muslim accusations of heresy and profanity, and in terrible acts of violence, naturally goes without saying. I have tried my best with this religion, which is as foreign to me as it is to the many millions who will always doubt that God entrusted a non-reader, through an intermediary, with the demanding call to read. As I said, I long ago acquired a copy of the Marmaduke Picthall translation of the Quran, which has been certified by senior sources in the ulema, or Islamic religious authority, to be the nearest to an approximate rendition into English. I have been to innumerable gatherings, from Friday prayers in Tehran to mosques in Damascus and Jerusalem and Doha and Istanbul and Washington, D.C., and I can attest that the recitation in Arabic does indeed have the apparent power to create bliss and also rage among those who hear it. I have also attended prayers in Malaysia and Indonesia and Bosnia, where there is resentment among non-Arabic-speaking Muslims at the privilege granted to Arabs and to Arabic, and to Arab movements and regimes, in a religion that purports to be universal. I have in my own home received Sayyid Hossein Khomeini, grandson of the Ayatollah and a cleric from the holy city of Qum, and carefully handed him my own copy of the Quran. He kissed it, discussed it at length and with reverence, and for my instruction wrote in the back flap the verses which he thought had disproved his grandfather's claim to clerical authority in this world, as well as overthrown his grandfather's claim to take the life of Salman Rushdie. Who am I to adjudicate in such a dispute? However, the idea that the identical text can yield different commandments to different people is quite familiar to me for other reasons. There's no need to overstate the difficulty of understanding Islam's alleged profundities. If one comprehends the fallacies of any revealed religion, one comprehends them all. I have only once, in 25 years of often heated arguments in Washington, D.C., been threatened with actual violence. This was when I was at dinner with some staffers and supporters of the Clinton White House. One of those present, a then well-known Democratic pollster and fundraiser, questioned me about my own most recent trip to the Middle East. He wanted my opinion as to why the Muslims were so all-fired goddamn fundamentalist. I ran through my repertoire of explanations, adding that it was often forgotten that Islam was a relatively young faith and still in the heat of its self-confidence. Not for Muslims the crisis of self-doubt that had overtaken Western Christianity. I added that, for example, while there was little or no evidence for the life of Jesus, the figure of the Prophet Muhammad was by contrast a person in ascertainable history. The man changed colour faster than anyone I've ever seen. After shrieking that Jesus Christ had meant more to more people than I could ever imagine, and that I was disgusting beyond words for speaking so casually, he drew back his foot and aimed a kick which only his decency, conceivably his Christianity, prevented him from landing on my shin. He then ordered his wife to join him in leaving. I now feel that I owe him an apology, or at least half of one. Although we do know that a person named Muhammad almost certainly existed within a fairly small bracket of time and space, we have the same problem as we do in all the precedent cases. The accounts that relate his deeds and words were assembled many years later and are hopelessly corrupted into incoherence by self-interest, rumour, and illiteracy. The tale is familiar enough, even if it is new to you. Some Meccans of the 7th century followed an Abrahamic tradition and even believed that their temple, the Kaaba, had been built by Abraham. The temple itself, most of its original furnishings having been destroyed by later fundamentalists, notably the Wahhabis, is said to have become depraved by idolatry. Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, became one of those Hunafa, who turned away to seek solace elsewhere. The book of Isaiah also enjoins true believers to come out from the ungodly and be separate. Retiring to a desert cave on Mount Hira for the month of heat, or Ramadan, he was asleep or in a trance, I'm quoting Pictoul's commentary, when he heard a voice commanding him to read. He replied twice that he was unable to read, and was thrice commanded to do so. Eventually asking what he should read, he was further commanded in the name of a Lord who created man from a clot of blood. After the angel Gabriel, who so identified himself, had told Muhammad that he was to be Allah's messenger and had departed, Muhammad confided in his wife, Khadijah. On their return to Mecca, she took him to meet her cousin, an elderly man named Waraka ibn Nufal, who knew the scriptures of the Jews and Christians. This whiskered veteran declared that the divine envoy who once visited Moses had come again to Mount Hira. From then on, Muhammad adopted the modest title of Slave of Allah, the latter word being simply the Arabic for God. The only people who at first took the smallest interest in Muhammad's claim were the greedy guardians of the temple at Mecca, who saw it as a threat to their pilgrimage business, and the studious Jews of Yathrib, a town 200 miles distant, who had been for some time proclaiming the advent of the Messiah. The first group became more threatening, and the second more friendly, as a result of which Muhammad made the journey, or Hijra, to Yathrib, which is now known as Medina. The date of the flight counts as the inauguration of the Muslim era. But as with the arrival of the Nazarene in Jewish Palestine, which began with so many cheerful heavenly auguries, this was all to end very badly, with the realization on the part of the Arabian Jews that they were faced with yet another disappointment, if not indeed another impostor. According to Karen Armstrong, one of the most sympathetic, not to say apologetic, analysts of Islam, the Arabs of the time had a wounded feeling that they had been left out of history. God had appeared to Christians and Jews, but he had sent the Arabs no prophet and no scripture in their own language. Thus, though she does not put it this way, the time for someone to have a local revelation was long overdue, and once having had it, Muhammad was not inclined to let it be criticized as second-hand by adherents of older faiths. The record of his 7th century career, like the books of the Old Testament, swiftly becomes an account of vicious quarrels between a few hundred or sometimes a few thousand unlearned villagers and townspeople, in which the finger of God was supposed to settle and determine the outcome of parochial disputes. As with the primeval bloodlettings of the Sinai and Canaan, which are likewise unattested by any independent evidence, Millions of people have been held hostage ever since by the supposedly providential character of these ugly squabbles. There is some question as to whether Islam is a separate religion at all. It initially fulfilled a need among Arabs for a distinctive or special creed, and is forever identified with their language and their impressive later conquests, which, while not as striking as those of the young Alexander of Macedonia, certainly conveyed an idea of being backed by a divine will until they petered out at the fringes of the Balkans and the Mediterranean. But Islam, when examined, is not much more than a rather obvious and ill-arranged set of plagiarisms, helping itself from earlier books and traditions as occasion appeared to require. Thus, far from being born in the clear light of history, as Ernest Renan so generously phrased it, Islam in its origins is just as shady and approximate as those from which it took its borrowings. It makes immense claims for itself, invokes prostrate submission or surrender as a maxim to its adherents, and demands deference and respect from non-believers into the bargain. There is nothing, absolutely nothing, in its teachings that can even begin to justify such arrogance and presumption. The Prophet died in the year 632 of our own approximate calendar. The first account of his life was set down a full 120 years later by Ibn Ishaq, whose original was lost and can only be consulted through its reworked form, authored by Ibn Hisham, who died in 834. Adding to this hearsay and obscurity, there is no agreed-upon account of how the Prophet's followers assembled the Quran, or of how his various sayings, some of them written down by secretaries, became codified. And this familiar problem is further complicated, even more than in the Christian case, by the matter of succession. Unlike Jesus, who apparently undertook to return to earth very soon, and who, Pache, the absurd Dan Brown, left no known descendants, Muhammad was a general and a politician, and though, unlike Alexander of Macedonia, a prolific father, left no instruction as to who was to take up his mantle. Quarrels over the leadership began almost as soon as he died, and so Islam had its first major schism between the Sunni and the Shia before it had even established itself as a system. We need take no side in the schism, except to point out that one at least of the schools of interpretation must be quite mistaken. And the initial identification of Islam with an earthly caliphate made up of disputatious contenders for the said mantle marked it from the very beginning as man-made. It is said by some Muslim authorities that during the first caliphate of Abu Bakr, immediately after Muhammad's death, concern arose that his orally transmitted words might be forgotten. So many Muslim soldiers had been killed in battle that the number who had the Quran safely lodged in their memories had become alarmingly small. It was therefore decided to assemble every living witness, together with pieces of paper, stones, palm leaves, shoulder blades, ribs and bits of leather on which sayings had been scribbled, and give them to Zayd ibn Thabit, one of the Prophet's former secretaries, for an authoritative collation. Once this had been done, the believers had something like an authorized version. If true, this would date the Quran to a time fairly close to Muhammad's own life, but we swiftly discover that there is no certainty or agreement about the truth of the story. Some say that it was Ali, the fourth and not the first caliph, and the founder of Shi'ism, who had the idea. Many others, the Sunni majority, assert that it was Caliph Uthman, who reigned from 644 to 656, who made the finalized decision. Told by one of his generals that soldiers from different provinces were fighting over discrepant accounts of the Quran, Uthman ordered Zayd ibn Thabit to bring together the various texts, unify them, and have them transcribed into one. When this task was complete, Uthman ordered standard copies to be sent to Kufa, Basra, Damascus, and elsewhere, with a master copy retained in Medina. Uthman thus played the canonical role that had been taken in the standardization and purging and censorship of the Christian Bible by Irenaeus and by Bishop Athanasius of Alexandria. The role was called, and some texts were declared sacred and inerrant, while others became apocryphal. Outdoing Athanasius, Uthman ordered that all earlier and rival editions be destroyed. Even supposing this version of events to be correct, which would mean that no chance existed for scholars ever to determine or even dispute what really happened in Muhammad's time, Uthman's attempt to abolish disagreement was a vain one. The written Arabic language has two features that make it difficult for an outsider to learn. It uses dots to distinguish consonants like B and T, and in its original form it had no sign or symbol for short vowels, which could be rendered by various dashes or comma-type marks. Vastly different readings, even of Uthman's version, were enabled by these variations. Arabic script itself was not standardized until the later part of the 9th century, and in the meantime, the undotted and oddly voweled Quran was generating wildly different explanations of itself, as it still does. This might not matter in the case of the Iliad, but remember that we are supposed to be talking about the unalterable and final word of God. There is obviously a connection between the sheer feebleness of this claim and the absolutely fanatical certainty with which it is advanced. To take one instance that can hardly be called negligible, the Arabic words written on the outside of the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem are different from any version that appears in the Quran. The situation is even more shaky and deplorable when we come to the Hadith, or that vast orally generated secondary literature which supposedly conveys the sayings and actions of Muhammad, the tale of the Quran's compilation, and the sayings of the companions of the Prophet. Each Hadith, in order to be considered authentic, must be supported in turn by an isnad, or chain, of supposedly reliable witnesses. Many Muslims allow their attitude to everyday life to be determined by these anecdotes. Regarding dogs as unclean, for example, on the sole ground that Muhammad is said to have done so. My own favourite tale goes the other way. The Prophet is said to have cut off the long sleeve of his garment, rather than disturb a cat that was slumbering on it. Cats in Muslim lands have been generally spared the awful treatment visited on them by Christians, who've often regarded them as satanic familiars of witches. As one might expect, the 6 authorized collections of hadith, which pile hearsay upon hearsay through the unwinding of the long spool of isnads, A told B, who had it from C, who learned it from D, were put together centuries after the events they purport to describe. One of the most famous of the 6 compilers, Bukhari, died 238 years after the death of Muhammad. Bukhari is deemed unusually reliable and honest by Muslims, and seems to have deserved his reputation, in that of the 300,000 attestations he accumulated in a lifetime devoted to the project, he ruled that 200,000 of them were entirely valueless and unsupported. Further exclusion of dubious traditions and questionable isnads reduced his grand total to 10,000 hadith. You are free to believe, if you so choose, that out of this formless mass of illiterate and half-remembered witnessing, the pious Bukhari, more than 2 centuries later, managed to select only the pure and undefiled ones that would bear examination. Some of these candidates for authenticity might have been easier to sift out than others. The Hungarian scholar Ignác Goldziher, to quote a recent study by Reza Aslan, was among the first to show that many of the hadith were no more than verses from the Torah and the Gospels, bits of rabbinic sayings, ancient Persian maxims, passages of Greek philosophy, Indian proverbs, and even an almost word-for-word reproduction of the Lord's Prayer. Great chunks of more or less straight biblical quotation can be found in the hadith, including the parable of the workers hired at the last moment and the injunction, "Let not thy left hand know what thy right hand doeth," the last example meaning that this piece of pointless pseudo-profundity has a place in 2 sets of revealed scripture. Aslan notes that by the time of the 9th century, when Muslim legal scholars were attempting to formulate and codify Islamic law through the process known as ijtihad, they were obliged to separate many hadith into the following categories: lies told for material gain and lies told for ideological advantage. Quite rightly, Islam effectively disowns the idea that it is a new faith, let alone a cancellation of the earlier ones, and it uses the prophecies of the Old Testament and the Gospels of the New like a perpetual crutch or fund to be leaned on or drawn upon. In return for this derivative modesty, all it asks is to be accepted as the absolute and final revelation. As might be expected, it contains many internal contradictions. It is often cited as saying that there is no compulsion in religion, and as making reassuring noises about those of other faiths being peoples of the book, or followers of an earlier revelation. The idea of being tolerated by a Muslim is as repulsive to me as the other condescensions, whereby Catholic and Protestant Christians agreed to tolerate one another, or extend toleration to Jews. The Christian world was so awful in this respect and for so long, that many Jews preferred to live under Ottoman rule and submit to special taxes and other such distinctions. However, the actual Quranic reference to Islam's benign tolerance is qualified because some of these same peoples and followers may be such of them as are bent on evil-doing, and it takes only a short acquaintance with the Quran and the Hadith to discover other imperatives, such as the following: nobody who dies and finds good from Allah in the hereafter would wish to come back to this world, even if he were given the whole world and whatever is in it, except the martyr who, on seeing the superiority of martyrdom, would like to come back to the world and be killed again. Or, God will not forgive those who serve other gods beside him, but he will forgive whom he will for other sins. He that serves other gods besides God is guilty of a heinous sin. I chose the first of these two violent excerpts from a whole thesaurus of unsavoury possible ones, because it so perfectly negates what Socrates is reported to have said in Plato's Apology, and I chose the second because it is such a patent and abject borrowing from the Ten Commandments. The likelihood that any of this humanly derived rhetoric is inerrant, let alone final, is conclusively disproved, not just by its innumerable contradictions and incoherencies, but by the famous episode of the Quran's alleged satanic verses, out of which Salman Rushdie was later to make a literary project. On this much-discussed occasion, Muhammad was seeking to conciliate some leading Meccan polytheists, and in due course experienced a revelation that allowed them, after all, to continue worshipping some of the older local deities. It struck him later that this could not be right, and that he must have inadvertently been channeled by the devil, who for some reason had briefly chosen to relax his habit of combating monotheists on their own ground. Muhammad believed devoutly not just in the devil himself, but in minor desert devils or jinns as well. It was noticed even by some of his wives that the Prophet was capable of having a revelation that happened to suit his short-term needs, and he was sometimes teased about it. We are further told, on no authority that need be believed, that when he experienced revelation in public, he would sometimes be gripped by pain and experience loud ringing in his ears. Beads of sweat would burst out on him even on the chilliest of days. Some heartless Christian critics have suggested that he was an epileptic, though they fail to notice the same symptoms in the seizure experienced by Paul on the road to Damascus. But there is no need for us to speculate in this way. It is enough to rephrase David Hume's unavoidable question. Which is more likely? That a man should be used as a transmitter by God to deliver some already existing revelations, or that he should utter some already existing revelations and believe himself to be, or claim to be, ordered by God to do so. As for the pains and the noises in the head or the sweat, one can only regret the seeming fact that direct communication with God is not an experience of calm, beauty, and lucidity. The physical existence of Muhammad, however poorly attested by the Hadith, is a source of both strength and weakness for Islam. It appears to put it squarely in the world and provides us with plausible physical descriptions of the man himself, but it also makes the whole story earthy, material, and gross. We may flinch a little at this mammal's betrothal to a 9-year-old girl, and at the keen interest he took in the pleasures of the dining table and the division of the spoils after his many battles and numerous massacres. Above all, and here is a trap that Christianity has mostly avoided, by awarding its prophet a human body but a non-human nature, he was blessed with numerous descendants and thus placed his religious posterity in a position where it was hostage to his physical one. Nothing is more human and fallible than the dynastic or hereditary principle, and Islam has been racked from its birth by squabbles between princelings and pretenders, all claiming the relevant drop of original blood. If the total of those claiming descent from the founder was added up, it would probably exceed the number of holy nails and splinters that went to make up the 1,000-foot cross on which, judging by the number of splinter-shaped relics, Jesus was evidently martyred. As with the lineage of the Isnads, a direct kinship line with the Prophet can be established if one happens to know and be able to pay the right local imam. In the same way, Muslims still make a certain obeisance to those same satanic verses, and tread the pagan polytheistic path that was laid out long before their Prophet was born. Every year at the Hajj, or annual pilgrimage, one can see them circling the cuboid Kaaba shrine in the centre of Mecca, taking care to do so 7 times, following the direction of the sun around the earth, as Karen Armstrong weirdly and no doubt multiculturally puts it, before kissing the black stone set in the Kaaba's wall. This probable meteorite, which no doubt impressed the yokels when it first fell to earth, the gods must be crazy, no, make that God must be crazy, is a stop on the way to other ancient pre-Islamic propitiations, during which pebbles must be hurled defiantly at a rock that represents the evil one. Animal sacrifices complete the picture. Like many but not all of Islam's principal sites, Mecca is closed to unbelievers, which somewhat contradicts its claim to universality. It is often said that Islam differs from other monotheisms in not having had a reformation. This is both correct and incorrect. There are versions of Islam, most notably the Sufi, much detested by the devout, which are principally spiritual rather than literal and which have taken on some accretions from other faiths. And since Islam has avoided the mistake of having an absolute papacy capable of uttering binding edicts, hence the proliferation of conflicting fatwas from conflicting authorities, its adherents cannot be told to cease believing what they once held as dogma. This might be to the good, but the fact remains that Islam's core claim, to be unimprovable and final, is at once absurd and unalterable. Its many warring and discrepant sects, from Ismaili to Ahmadi, all agree on this indissoluble claim. Reformation has meant, for Jews and Christians, a minimal willingness to reconsider Holy Writ as if it were, as Salman Rushdie so daringly proposed in his turn, something that can be subjected to literary and textual scrutiny. The number of possible Bibles is now admitted to be immense, and we know, for example, that the portentous Christian term Jehovah is a mistranslation of the unuttered spaces between the letters of the Hebrew Yahweh. Yet no comparable project has ever been undertaken in Quranic scholarship. No serious attempt has been made to catalogue the discrepancies between its various editions and manuscripts, and even the most tentative efforts to do so have been met with almost inquisitional rage. A critical case in point is the work of Christoph Luxemburg, the Syriac-Aramaic version of the Quran, published in Berlin in the year 2000. Luxemburg coolly proposes that far from being a monoglot screed, the Quran is far better understood once it is conceded that many of its words are Syriac-Aramaic rather than Arabic. His most celebrated example concerns the rewards of a martyr in paradise. When retranslated and redacted, the heavenly offering consists of sweet white raisins rather than virgins. This is the same language in the same region from which much of Judaism and Christianity emerged. There can be no doubt that unfettered research would result in the dispelling of much obscurantism. An old fable concerns the comeuppance of a braggart who was forever retelling the story of a truly stupendous leap that he had once made on the island of Rhodes. Never, it seemed, had there ever been witnessed such a heroic long jump. Though the teller never grew tired of the tale, the same could not be said of his audience. Finally, as he again drew breath to relate the story of the great feat, one of those present silenced him by saying gruffly, "Hic Rhodus, hic salta." Here is Rhodes, jump here. In much the same way as prophets and seers and great theologians seem to have died out, so the age of miracles seems to lie somewhere in our past. If the religious were wise or had the confidence of their convictions, they ought to welcome the eclipse of this age of fraud and conjuring. But faith yet again discredits itself by proving to be insufficient to satisfy the faithful. Actual events are still required to impress the credulous. We have no difficulty in seeing this when we study the witch doctors and magicians and soothsayers of earlier or more remote cultures. Obviously it was a clever person who first learned to predict an eclipse and then to use this planetary event to impress and cow his audience. Ancient kings in Cambodia worked out the day on which the Mekong and the Bassac rivers would annually start to flood and conjoin, and under terrific water pressure, appear to actually reverse their flow back into the Great Lake at Tonle Sap. Relatively soon there was a ceremony at which the divinely appointed leader would duly appear and seem to order the waters to flow backward. In more modern times, the showman King Sihanouk of Cambodia exploited this same natural miracle to considerable effect. Given all that, it is surprising how petty some of the supernatural miracles now seem. As with spiritualist seances, which cynically offer burblings from the beyond to relatives of the late deceased, nothing truly interesting is ever said or done. To the story of Muhammad's night flight to Jerusalem, the hoofprint of his horse Burak is still allegedly to be seen on the site of the Al-Aqsa Mosque. It would be unkind to make the obvious riposte that horses cannot and do not fly. It is more pertinent to notice that people, ever since the beginning of their long and exhausting journeys across the earth's surface, gazing for days at the rear end of a mule, have fantasized about speeding up the tedious process. Folkloric 7-league boots can give the wearer a spring in his step, but this is only tinkering with the problem. The real dream for thousands of years involved envy of the birds, feathered descendants of the dinosaurs, as we now know, and the yearning to fly. Chariots in the sky, angels that could glide freely on the thermals. It's only too easy to see the root of the wish. Thus the prophet speaks to the longing of every peasant who wishes that his beast could take wing and get on with it. But, given infinite power, one might have thought that a more striking or less simple-minded miracle could have been confected. Levitation plays a vast role in Christian fantasy as well, as the stories of the Ascension and the Assumption confirm. At that epoch the sky was thought to be a bowl and its ordinary weather a source of portent or intervention. Given this pathetically limited view of the cosmos, the most trivial event could appear miraculous, while an event that would truly astonish us, such as the sun ceasing to move, could yet appear as a local phenomenon. Assuming that a miracle is a favourable change in the natural order, the last word on the subject was written by the Scottish philosopher David Hume, who granted us free will in the matter. A miracle is a disturbance or interruption in the expected and established course of things. This could involve anything from the sun rising in the west to an animal suddenly bursting into the recitation of verse. Very well, then. Free will also involves decision. If you seem to witness such a thing, there are two possibilities. The first is that the laws of nature have been suspended, in your favour. The second is that you are under a misapprehension, or suffering from a delusion. Thus the likelihood of the second must be weighed against the likelihood of the first. If you only hear a report of the miracle from a second or third party, the odds must be adjusted accordingly before you can decide to credit a witness who claims to have seen something that you did not see. And if you are separated from the sighting by many generations and have no independent corroboration, the odds must be adjusted still more drastically. Again, we might call upon the trusty Occam, who warned us not to multiply unnecessary contingencies. Thus let me give one ancient and one modern example, the first being bodily resurrection and the second being UFOs. Miracles have declined in their wondrous impact since ancient times. Moreover, the more recent ones that have been offered us have been slightly tawdry. The notorious annual liquefaction of the blood of San Gennaro in Naples, for example, is a phenomenon that can easily be and has been repeated by any competent conjurer. Great secular magicians like Harry Houdini and James Randi have demonstrated with ease that levitation, firewalking, water divining, and spoon-bending can all be performed under laboratory conditions in order to expose the fraud and to safeguard the unwary customer from a fleecing. Miracles in any case do not vindicate the truth of the religion that practices them. Aaron supposedly vanquished Pharaoh's magicians in an open competition, but did not deny that they could perform wonders as well. However, there has not been a claimed resurrection for some time, and no shaman who purports to do it has ever agreed to reproduce his trick in such a way as to stand a challenge. Thus we must ask ourselves, has the art of resurrection died out, or are we relying on dubious sources? The New Testament is itself a highly dubious source. One of Professor Barton Ehrman's more astonishing findings is that the account of Jesus' resurrection in the Gospel of Mark was only added many years later. But according to the New Testament, the thing could be done in an almost commonplace way. Jesus managed it twice in other people's cases by raising both Lazarus and the daughter of Jairus, and nobody seems to have thought it worthwhile to interview either survivor to ask about their extraordinary experiences. Nor does anyone seem to have kept a record of whether or not or how these two individuals died again. If they stayed immortal, then they joined the ancient company of the wandering Jew who was condemned by early Christianity to keep walking forever after he met Jesus on the Via Dolorosa, this misery being inflicted on a mere bystander in order to fulfill the otherwise unfulfilled prophecy that Jesus would come again in the lifetime of at least one person who'd seen him the first time around. On the same day that Jesus met that luckless vagrant, he was himself put to death with revolting cruelty, at which time, according to the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 27, verses 52 to 53, the graves were opened, and many bodies of the saints which slept arose, and came out of the graves after his resurrection, and went into the holy city, and appeared unto many. This seems incoherent, since the corpses apparently rose both at the time of the death on the cross and of the resurrection, but it is narrated in the same matter-of-fact way as the earthquake, the rending of the veil of the temple, two other events that did not attract the attention of any historian, and the reverent comments of the Roman centurion. This supposed frequency of resurrection can only undermine the uniqueness of the one by which mankind purchased forgiveness of sins, and there is no cult or religion before or since, from Osiris to vampirism to voodoo, that does not rely on some innate belief in the undead. To this day, Christians disagree as to whether the Day of Judgment will give you back the old wreck of a body that has already died on you, or will re-equip you in some other form. For now, and on a review even of the claims made by the faithful, one can say that resurrection would not prove the truth of the dead man's doctrine, nor his paternity, nor the probability of still another return in fleshly or recognizable form. Yet again also, too much is being proved. The action of a man who volunteers to die for his fellow creatures is universally regarded as noble. The extra claim not to have really died makes the whole sacrifice tricky and meretricious. Thus, those who say Christ died for my sins when he did not really die at all, are making a statement that is false in its own terms. Having no reliable or consistent witnesses, in anything like the time period needed to certify such an extraordinary claim, we are finally entitled to say that we have a right, if not an obligation, to respect ourselves enough to disbelieve the whole thing. That is, unless or until superior evidence is presented, which it has not been, and exceptional claims demand exceptional evidence. I have spent much of my life as a correspondent and long ago became used to reading first-hand accounts of the very same events I had witnessed, written by people I otherwise trusted, which did not accord with my own. In my days as a Fleet Street correspondent, I even read stories in print under my own name which were not recognizable to me, once the sub-editors had finished with them. And I have interviewed some of the hundreds of thousands of people who claim to have had direct encounters with spacecraft, or the crew of spacecraft from another galaxy. Some of these are so vivid and detailed, and so comparable with other depositions from other people who cannot have compared notes, that a few impressionable academics have proposed that we grant them the presumption of truth. But here is the obvious Occamist reason why it would be utterly wrong to do so. If the huge number of contacts and abductees are telling even a particle of truth, then it follows that their alien friends are not attempting to keep their own existence a secret. Well, in that case, why do they never stay still for anything more than a single-shot photo? There has never been an uncut roll of film offered, let alone a small piece of a metal unavailable on Earth, or a tiny sample of alien tissue. And sketches of the beings have a consistent anthropomorphic resemblance to those offered in science fiction comics. Since travel from Alpha Centauri, the preferred origin, would involve some bending of the laws of physics, even the smallest particle of matter would be of enormous use and would have a literally earth-shattering effect, instead of which, nothing. Nothing, that is, except the growth of a huge new superstition, based on a belief in occult texts and shards that are available only to a favoured few. Well, I have seen that happen before. The only responsible decision is to suspend or withhold judgment until the votaries have come up with something that is not merely childish. Extend this to the present day, where the statues of virgins or saints are sometimes said to weep or bleed. Even if I could not easily introduce you to people who can produce this identical effect in their spare time, using pig fat or other materials, I would still ask myself why a deity should be content to produce such a paltry effect. If this is the best the Church can do, in a time when its claims can be checked by physicians and reporters, it isn't difficult to imagine what was rigged in past times of ignorance and fear when the priests faced less doubt or opposition. Once again, the razor of Occam is clean and decisive. When two explanations are offered, one must discard the one that explains the least or explains nothing at all, or raises more questions than it answers. The same goes for those occasions when the laws of nature are apparently suspended in a way that does not offer joy or apparent consolation. Natural disasters are actually not violations of the laws of nature, but rather are part of the inevitable fluctuations within them. But they have always been used to overawe the gullible with the mightiness of God's disapproval. Early Christians operating in zones of Asia Minor where earthquakes were and are frequent would rally crowds when a pagan temple fell down and urge them to convert while there was still time. The colossal volcanic explosion at Krakatoa in the late 19th century provoked an enormous swing toward Islam among the terrified population of Indonesia. All the holy books talk excitedly of floods, hurricanes, lightning, and other portents. After the terrible Asian tsunami of 2005 and after the inundation of New Orleans in 2006, quite learned and serious men, such as the Archbishop of Canterbury, were reduced to the level of stupefied peasants when they publicly agonized over how to interpret God's will in the matter. But if one makes the simple assumption, based on absolutely certain knowledge, that we live on a planet that is still cooling, has a molten core, faults and cracks in its crust, and a turbulent weather system, then there is simply no need for any such anxiety. Everything is already explained. I fail to see why the religious are so reluctant to admit this. It would free them from all the futile questions about why God permits so much suffering. But apparently this annoyance is a small price to pay in order to keep alive the myth of divine intervention. The suspicion that a calamity might also be a punishment is further useful in that it allows an infinity of speculation. After New Orleans, which suffered from a lethal combination of being built below sea level and neglected by the Bush administration, I learned from a senior rabbi in Israel that it was revenge for the evacuation of Jewish settlers from the Gaza Strip, and from the mayor of New Orleans, who had not performed his own job with exceptional prowess, that it was God's verdict on the invasion of Iraq. You can nominate your own favourite sin here, as did the Reverends Pat Robertson and Jerry Falwell after the immolation of the World Trade Center. In that instance, the proximate cause was to be sought and found in America's surrender to homosexuality and abortion. Some ancient Egyptians believed that sodomy was the cause of earthquakes. I expect this interpretation to revive with especial force when the San Andreas Fault next gives a shudder under the Gomorrah of San Francisco. When the debris had eventually settled on ground zero, it was found that 2 pieces of mangled girder still stood in the shape of a cross, and much wondering comment resulted. Since all architecture has always involved crossbeams, it would be surprising only if such a feature did not emerge. I admit that I would have been impressed if the wreckage had formed itself into a Star of David, or a Star and Crescent, but there is no record of this ever having occurred anywhere, even in places where local people might be impressed by it. And remember, miracles are supposed to occur at the behest of a being who is omnipotent, as well as omniscient and omnipresent. One might hope for more magnificent performances than ever seem to occur. The evidence for faith, then, seems to leave faith looking even weaker than it would if it stood, alone and unsupported, all by itself. What can be asserted without evidence can also be dismissed without evidence. This is even more true when the evidence eventually offered is so shoddy and self-interested. The argument from authority is the weakest of all arguments. It is weak when it is asserted at second or third hand, the good book says. And it is even weaker when asserted at first hand, as every child knows, who has heard a parent say, "because I say so," and as every parent knows, who's heard himself reduced to uttering words he once found so unconvincing. Nonetheless, it takes a certain leap of another kind to find oneself asserting that all religion is made up by ordinary mammals and has no secret or mystery to it. Behind the veil of Oz, there's nothing but bluff. Can this really be true? As one who's always been impressed by the weight of history and culture, I do keep asking myself this question. Was it all in vain, then, the great struggle of the theologians and scholars, and the stupendous efforts of painters and architects and musicians, to create something lasting and marvellous that would testify to the glory of God? Not at all. It does not matter to me whether Homer was one person or many, or whether Shakespeare was a secret Catholic or a closet agnostic. I should not feel my own world destroyed if the greatest writer about love and tragedy and comedy and morals was finally revealed to have been the Earl of Oxford all along, though I must add that sole authorship is important to me, and I would be saddened and diminished to learn that Bacon had been the man. Shakespeare has much more moral salience than the Talmud or the Quran, or any account of the fearful squabbles of Iron Age tribes. But there's a great deal to be learned and appreciated from the scrutiny of religion, and one often finds oneself standing atop the shoulders of distinguished writers and thinkers who were certainly one's intellectual and sometimes even one's moral superiors. Many of them in their own time had ripped away the disguise of idolatry and paganism, and even risked martyrdom for the sake of disputes with their own co-religionists. However, a moment in history has now arrived when even a pygmy such as myself can claim to know more, through no merit of his own, and to see that the final ripping of the whole disguise is overdue. Between them, the sciences of textual criticism, archaeology, physics, and molecular biology have shown religious myths to be false and man-made, and have also succeeded in evolving better and more enlightened explanations. The loss of faith can be compensated by the newer and finer wonders that we have before us, as well as by immersion in the near-miraculous work of Homer and Shakespeare and Milton and Tolstoy and Proust, all of which was also man-made, though one sometimes wonders, as in the case of Mozart. I can say this as one whose own secular faith has been shaken and discarded, not without pain. When I was a Marxist, I did not hold my opinions as a matter of faith, but I did have the conviction that a sort of unified field theory might have been discovered. The concept of historical and dialectical materialism was not an absolute, and it did not have any supernatural element, but it did have its messianic element in the idea that an ultimate moment might arrive, and it most certainly had its martyrs and saints and doctrinaires, and, after a while, its mutually excommunicating rival papacies. It also had its schisms and inquisitions and heresy hunts. I was a member of a dissident sect that admired Rosa Luxemburg and Leon Trotsky, and I can say definitely that we also had our prophets. Rosa Luxemburg seemed almost like a combination of Cassandra and Jeremiah when she thundered about the consequences of the First World War. And the great 3-volume biography of Leon Trotsky by Isaac Deutscher was actually entitled The Prophet, in his 3 stages of being armed, unarmed, and outcast. As a young man, Deutscher had been trained for the rabbinate and would have made a brilliant Talmudist, as would Trotsky. Here is what Trotsky says, anticipating the Gnostic Gospel of Judas, about the way that Stalin took over the Bolshevik Party. Of Christ's 12 apostles, Judas alone proved to be traitor. but if he had acquired power, he would have represented the other 11 apostles as traitors, and also all the lesser apostles, whom Luke numbers as 70. And here in Deutsch's chilling words is what happened when the pro-Nazi forces in Norway forced the government to deny Trotsky asylum and deport him once again, to wander the world until he met death. The old man met with the Norwegian foreign minister Trygve Lie and others, and then Trotsky raised his voice so that it resounded through the halls and corridors of the ministry. This is your first act of surrender to Nazism in your own country. You will pay for this. You think yourselves free and secure to deal with the political exile as you please, but the day is near, remember this, the day is near when the Nazis will drive you from your country, all of you. Trygve Lie shrugged at this odd piece of soothsaying, yet after less than 4 years the same government had indeed to flee from Norway before the Nazi invasion, and as the ministers and their aged King Haakon stood on the coast, huddled together and waiting anxiously for a boat that was to take them to England, they recalled with awe Trotsky's words as a prophet's curse come true.